It's 4 o'clock.
All right, I'd like to call the regular city council and the sanitary district to order, please. And I'm going to ask the city clerk, will you do a roll call at this point, please?
Councilmember Martinez Bravo.
Here.
Councilmember Santangelo.
Here.
Councilmember Tremblay. Vice Mayor Tennyson.
Here.
And Mayor Kildee.
I'm here. All right, Counselor, we have a couple of closed session items. Would you like to announce them, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. We have 2 items listed on the agenda. One is existing litigation, the OPV Coalition versus Fox Canyon. And the second matter is a conference with legal counsel under Government Code Section 54956.9D4. And there's one matter, and if there's any reportable action, I will make that report.
Okay, so with that, we're going to recess. We'll be back at 5 p.m. With the issues that were just announced. So in that purvey, we're in recess. Everybody ready? Everybody ready? All right, everyone, welcome. I'm going to reopen the city council meeting for 5 o'clock, and I am going to open it for the city council, the Camarillo Sanitary District Board, Camarillo Library Board, and the successor agency. And I'm going to ask, Carrie, would you do a roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Martinez Bravo.
Here.
Councilmember Santangelo.
Here.
Councilmember Tremblay. Here. Vice Mayor Tennyson.
Here.
And Mayor Kildee.
Here. All right. Mr. Tremblay, would you lead us tonight in the flag salute, please?
Would you please follow me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, council members, are there any changes to the agenda? I do have one, if I could state that. I'd like to, for the flow, I think it'd flow better if we would move the intergovernment reports before general public comments. And I'd just like to get an agreement from the council members to please do this.
I'm fine with that.
Okay? Okay, so we're okay. All right, so intergovernmental reports. First, we're going to start with the Ventura County Animal Services here. Do we have a, there you are. And we have two microphones. We have the first one is probably better for you because you're tall. So you can speak into that, and we're ready when we're ready.
Thank you, and is this going to be moving the slides along? Is the microphone on?
It should be, isn't it?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah,
All right,
yeah,
good.
we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Kildee, Vice Mayor Tennyson, and Camarillo City Council. Thank you for having us here and giving us an opportunity to kind of speak a little bit about Ventura County Animal Services and where we currently are. My name is Esteban Rodriguez. I am the Director for Ventura County Animal Services, and I started my role here back in October, and I've been working for the last 8 months, coming up on 9 months. And I have been in animal welfare for the last 20 years, and it has been a great opportunity to be here with Ventura County Animal Services. We're going to be talking about a few different topics here. City of Camarillo data, mountain fire, mobile vet clinic, new shelter, language access, and capacity issues. Many of you probably already know that Ventura County Animal Services has two shelters, one in Camarillo, in the city of Camarillo on Aviation Road, and the other one is in Simi Valley. The Simi Valley shelter is much smaller than the Camarillo shelter. I'm gonna go back really quick. And we service about 20 to 30 animals at the Simi Valley shelter, and then we currently have close to about 250 animals in the Camarillo shelter and 570 total in our system. Who we are and what do we do? Ventura County Animal Services has about 80 employees, 450 active volunteers that help us with daily tasks with the animals that we service. We brought in about 8,100 animals last year. Daily animal population, as I mentioned earlier, is about 250 animals that we have at the shelter. 4,000 surgeries are completed by our veterinary team. 6,000 medical exams performed yearly. 9,000 calls are serviced by our field services. 140 volunteer foster hours are dedicated by our volunteers. And 2,600 animals going into foster care. 35 pet licenses are sold, and 38,000 phone calls are received and managed through our dispatch center. And 33,000 social media posts views are done on a yearly basis. This is what the Camarillo shelter looks like. If many of you have been there, you know exactly what it looks like. We house the majority of our animals there. We have field services, vet services, foster, volunteer. All our animals are cared for there. And it is a fast-moving system and constantly open to the public. We're on 4.5 acres, open daily, 9 to 6 a.m., 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. And animals received are dogs, cats, rabbits, chinchillas, guinea pigs. We have a whole range of animals that we bring into the shelter. Ventura County Animal Services covers 2,150 square miles. It's a big area for a pretty small team that services the field. We're an open admissions, life-saving municipal shelter. Provide contract services to all the cities that are listed there: Camarillo, Ojai, Simi Valley, Fillmore, Oxnard, Ventura, Moore Park, Port Hueneme, and unincorporated areas of the county. Our budget is $12.5 million, and live animal intake, 8,500. It varies with the mountain fire animals that came through our system this year, in 2024. Here's a really quick snapshot of the animal intake year after year. You can see in 2010 and 2011, we were at 14,000. We got to COVID and our numbers dropped all the way to 5,000 animals. And then you can slowly see that intake creeping up again. And with my new position being here, we started to think outside the box of what we can do differently to hopefully meet the population where it's at and actually start to decrease it. This is a snapshot of the live release for 2024. Live release is just basically how many animals are coming into the shelter and how many are leaving alive. For dogs, we were at 97.5%. A combination of dogs and cats at 92%, and cats were at 86%. Live release. That just means that the animals left alive, whether it was through adoption, transfer, or foster. How animals arrive at the shelter. This is a list of how the animals come into our facility. It's pretty straightforward on how they arrive. The majority of the animals come in stray, meaning they have no identification, whether it's microchip or license. Here is a breakdown of the different cities that we service and the number of animals that came in 2024 and kind of the percentage of what that looks like. And you can see the big, the blue area is Oxnard. That's the biggest contributor to our population. And then everybody else at that percentage. This is how animals leave the shelter. They leave through all these different venues, is adopted, reunited with family, euthanasia, which is part of what happens at a municipal shelter. Owner requested youth, died, and then returned to field. The mountain fire, it affected the Camarillo, the city of Camarillo, a lot of its residents, and we were honored and we took the opportunity to be part of a resource for the community. You can see there that we took in 446 animals into safekeeping into our shelter. Some were on site, some were at the Ventura County Fairgrounds. When that event happened, I had been working here 3 weeks. So trial by fire, to say the least. But what was amazing to me was the commitment of the community, the commitment of our volunteers. Our staff just jumped right in. And I kind of sat back and just watched it all happen. And I made some decisions along the way, but it was really the people that were there at the shelter that made it work. I saw the compassion, the empathy, and how much we actually care about people and their pets. So I'm gonna play a short video here. It's about 2 minutes long, and it just kind of, you get to soak in the gravity of the situation and what people were going through at the time, and we're working with people that are in a challenging space and really trying to make things feel better, seem better, and when they got their pets back, just doing better and offering a resource. Should I pause it?
7 o'clock, my family was frantically texting me saying, hey, you gotta leave school, get the dogs, get out. They went home, rushed home, grabbed their food, grabbed their bowls, grabbed their leashes, brought them in the car. Tried finding a place where I could take them safely. Couldn't really find one, so I brought them here, and within a matter of 5 seconds of meeting the people here, I fell in love, and I get them back today.
Yay, so you're here to reclaim your dogs after safekeeping from the mountain fire.
Yep.
And here they are, so you are ready to go home. We were able to keep them together in the same kennel, so they were with each other the whole time. Evacuation orders were lifted, and he is heading home. All right, good luck. Thank you.
Of course, thank you guys.
All of the animals shown here are animals that came from our Camarillo community. Our staff was working 24/7 along with multiple volunteers just so that we could be a resource late at night, 12 a.m., 1 p.m., 1 a.m., just being a resource to take in all these animals and make sure they had a safe spot to rest, while their owners were also trying to find safe places to be. This is a picture of the fairgrounds. We're taking in horses. I think we took in somewhere around 200 plus. There's a couple of a burn victim that we offered medical services to and were able to save. Those are members of our eBird team that helped us move horses that were in challenging spaces. I'll pause there just for a little bit because that was my experience 3 weeks into me being the director of Ventura County Animal Services. And what it did for me is it really showed me the commitment from the community and how community-centered Ventura County is with animals. How much care, how many donations we received, how many people that were willing to come out and just help. And needless to add, I want to add also that our staff and volunteers just really knocked it out of the ballpark when you're looking at what the response looked like. I talked a little bit about thinking of programs and what we're going to do in the future to hopefully minimize the amount of animals that come into the shelter. Here's a couple of pictures of a spay and neuter mobile vet clinic. And we were lucky to be in front of the Board of Supervisors on October the 29th, and they approved us receiving this as a gift from our foundation, the Animal Services Foundation of Ventura County. They have been partners with us for years. They work directly with us, and they are purchasing this vehicle and giving it to us as a gift so that we can absorb it into the county. They are also providing us $1.7 million to staff that vehicle. And the purpose of this is to really get out into the community and provide that access to vet care. Make sure that communities that are underserved, that we usually don't communicate with, that we have a resource to be able to spay and neuter their pets and get them what they need, so that we can hopefully in time minimize the amount of animals that come through our system, and more importantly, give people the dignity and what they need to be lifetime pet owners. Then here's another picture of what the vehicle is going to look like, and I can't say thank you enough to our foundation for actually seeing the vision of what this means to Ventura County Animal Services and how we work in the county. Again, if anybody wants to support the initiative, we have a commitment right now for the $1.7 million for the staffing, but this is going to be an ongoing endeavor. That we're going to continue to need funding, we're going to continue to need support so that we can continue to provide that access to vet care and really make an impact throughout the entire county on how many animals are actually out there, and making sure that we're helping people be the best owners they can be. Again, that is our foundation. That's a QR code that goes directly to them. So if anybody wants to donate, they can donate. We also, on April 29th, when we got the approval for our spay and neuter clinic mobile unit, we also received an approval from the Board of Supervisors to move forward with getting a full cost analysis for a new shelter at our Camarillo site. I know those discussions have been happening for years. One of the things we were able to do was move it from this conceptual design into getting an approval from the board so that we could actually get a full cost analysis. So that's the next step in the process. We're going to continue to push on it and see where we end up next. But that's the process we're currently in, is getting that full cost analysis and report. The other thing that we're working on heavily is language access. We understand that we work in Ventura County, and in Ventura County, we need to be able to communicate with community members that speak Spanish, speak Mixteco, and be able to provide the resources to them and communicate with them and respect their language. So we have an initiative of language access, and what that is going to do for us is it's going to give us the opportunity to have an online translator when we're engaging with a community member that speaks a different language. Doesn't necessarily have to be Mixteco or Spanish. Any other language that we're not fluent in, we'll be able to be fluent with a translator on a digital device. So 240 plus language interpretation, phone interpretation, and then remote viewing for non-written languages. That's exactly what we need if we're going to really try to make a effort in connecting resources to community members. Ongoing capacity issues. I believe since I've arrived at Ventura County, unfortunately, we've been over capacity. We reached our highest capacity, I believe, sometime in January. Yeah, last year we were at 146% capacity. That caused us to make sure that we looked outside the box, and we had a transport come through. We're working tirelessly on a daily basis, trying to move as many animals through our system, and also working with national organizations and other nonprofits to move animals out as quickly as we can. Animals are coming to our shelter. We receive about 22 animals daily, 7 days a week. We are expanding our foster program with a new hire of, we're gonna have 2 foster coordinators. We are also gonna be implementing behavior support for animals that leave through adoption that we've adopted out, or animals that are in foster. And how to help. You know, one thing that I like to ask community members when I'm speaking is, if you don't know who we are, if you are not in tune with our social media platform, please like our platform and share it on your own platform. That just gives us another voice with another set of community members. So I would encourage everybody, if you have the opportunity, like our Facebook, like our Instagram, all our social media platforms, so that you can share them on yours and hopefully get the word out that we have an abundance of animals that need their forever home. And we are always looking for adopters, but we're also looking for fosters. We're looking for volunteers. We just need the community's help to get us through this phase, and then hopefully all the other programs that we're going to be implementing can start to really show the results that I'm hoping for in the next year or two, and we can really minimize our population. Here is the VCAS statistics for 2024, and you can go to our website if anybody's interested in being a volunteer, a foster, adopting. Our website is pretty user-friendly. You can go to our website, get all the information that is on there, or give us a call. We're going to be ready and willing to respond so that we can hopefully make our community and Ventura County part of the solution with Ventura County Animal Services. questions, City Council, if you have any.
Any questions tonight?
I just have a question.
Martita?
Esteban, thank you so much. And just for the record, so the community knows as well, I sit on the Ventura, on the committee for the Ventura County Animal Services. And Esteban, I know you and I have had this brief communication as well, but I was informed through my nonprofit world, my nonprofit, that there were some families that were concerned about picking up their pets given the ICE situation that is happening in our country right now. Would you be able to speak to that? Does any data relate? And then also, have staff thought about or discussed how, how to approach this situation?
Yes. So the data, it's hard to tell, right? Because a lot of the animals come in, nobody's giving information, whether it's, we don't know if it is a concerned citizen that finds an animal and brings it to us. We don't know if it's the actual owner. We can only go based off of what they tell us. As far as people coming to pick up their pets, if they know that it's on our website and it's lost, they can come in. We're not gonna share any of the information we get. It's a safe place to come and redeem your pet. A lot of times, if there's other discussions that we have to have, we'll have them, but that's not a problem. Multiple of our staff members at our front counter, they do speak Spanish, so they'll be able to convey the information and make sure that they are able to keep their pets. The other thing that we have put on our website, and we're getting ready to share some of that information with all our cities that we do business with, is we understand that some people may be faced with self-deporting or going back to where they need to go on their own terms. And we want to provide that resource if they need a vet check, if they need a certificate, so that they can take their pet with them. A lot of times people feel that they don't have an option, and this goes with pets. Latino communities and indigenous communities also think of pets as family members. So it's really important for us to make sure that we convey that information and we're getting it out. So we're working on that. It is, Ventura County Animal Services is a safe place.
Thank you.
Any comments, questions? Ms. Susan?
Thank you so much for being here tonight. I used to be a kitten foster, and so I know how much you depend on volunteers, and so I just want to acknowledge all the work that the staff and the volunteers put in serving the animals of our community, and thank you for being here tonight. It's really interesting to see the statistics and how much work you're doing, and it was really admirable to see the work done during the mountain fire. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Tremblay?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So before Martita, I had the privilege of sitting on the Animal Services Commission, and I just wanted to relay on to the folks in this room and whoever's watching at home that the city receives excellent service from VCAS, truly excellent service. And I think there are 4 things I particularly want to compliment you on. The first is that I think over the course of the last 9 months, since you've been at the helm, there has been a new era of transparency and leadership, and I really appreciate that. So great kudos to you for your leadership. Secondly, the animal services officers, I think there are only 10 for the entire county. I've firsthand had experience with them, and they are extremely professional. They are wonderful to work with. So I want to compliment you on that, as well as on all of your staff and all the animal rescue folks, the volunteers, et cetera. They're just excellent. And then finally, I had the privilege of being the mayor during the mountain fire. I thought that the work of staff and the animal services officers, the rescue teams, et cetera, was nothing short of heroic. I mean, it just was absolutely wonderful what VCAS did. So I know that we need a new facility, and I know there are capacity issues, et cetera, but I'm really confident that you are on an excellent trajectory right now. So I just wanted to pass on the kudos to you and tell our community, based on my time on the commission, I think we're going in the right direction. So thanks for the presentation tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember Tremblay. Appreciate it.
Anyone else? Vice Mayor?
I appreciate your presentation as a human that's owned by 2 miniature schnauzers. I used to say I own 2 dogs, but I've learned they own us. And I see several members in the audience that I recognize from the Mission Oaks Dog Park because my dogs require that I take them morning and afternoon except on city council days. So they're missing their afternoon session today. I've had experience with VCAS. I'm lucky or glad that they give us old people a break on our licensing fees. So thank you very much for that. And that we can do it online. It's very efficient. It's better than showing up in person, having to prove my age. All you have to do is look at me. Why do you ask for ID? But now I can do it online because they know my age. I had a previous dog that didn't have me trained as well that got loose and picked up by VCAS, but within about 2 hours, they called me to let me know they had my pet. I got her back, a full-size boxer of 70-plus pounds. She was in excellent condition. Fortunately, she was licensed. And I guess that's what I'd encourage all of the residents of Camarillo. License your dogs. Put collars on them with their licenses. My dogs have chips in them. Put chips in your dogs so that during the 4th of July, if they get frantic and anxious and they take off, you guys can easily identify the owner if they're chipped, correct?
Correct.
And you guys offer very low fees for spaying and neutering of all of our pets. And I think that's really important for the community to know. We don't need a proliferation of unwanted dogs and cats. To me, that's a travesty. So keep up the good work. Thank you for what you're doing. I look forward to the county giving you $30 million to build your new animal shelter.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, thanks for being here. Just kind of quickly, we've adopted through the years 3 animals from the county shelter. And I encourage anybody here, if you're looking for any animal there, it's a great place to adopt. They change your life in a really good way. So I know it's a challenging job you have, but thank you for taking it. And I know you're going to do a really good job. And I look forward to working really closely with you and your staff in the future here. So again, thanks for being here.
Thank you, Mayor DeKilde.
You're welcome. City Clerk, do we have any public comment letters on this particular item?
No, we do not.
All right. Thank you again for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, so with that, we're going to go down to Studio Channel Islands Art Center. And Peter, do you want to come on up here, please?
It's a tough act to follow.
Yeah. Tough.
Oh, there we go. So thank you, council members, for listening to me this afternoon. The purpose of this presentation is to report back on the impact that City Council funding has had on our work to engage the community, updating you on the work that we've done in response to the mountain fire and the work that we're planning on doing to build community resilience and community well-being going forward, to demonstrate the quality of some of our work, and finally to update you on the work that we're doing to grow the creative economy. But underscoring all of that is just to thank you once again for your support and to say that without the city's support, a lot of what I'm going to talk about today wouldn't be possible. Oh, this is also a lovely picture of kids in our gallery, and something like 90% of the children who come to visit us, we are the first art gallery that they've been to, and we're the first time they've worked with a professional artist. And so it's a delight. So, the city's support is an essential part of maintaining our free-to-attend programs. Though the gallery and the studios are free to attend, like every other nonprofit, we have to do work to engage new audiences, specifically to build connections with underserved communities and marginalized groups. The funding from the city's support is targeted towards our 3 major events, and these events have been created to reach those new audiences. In 2022, we worked with the Chinese community, and in 2023 with the Latino community. And last year we focused upon young people and technology, and this year we were working around people and the landscape. And obviously with the mountain fire that occurred immediately prior to this body of work, we pivoted a lot of our work to focus upon the impact of the fire. With the city's support, we've grown our audience by 35% over the last 3 years, which is a huge step forward for us. In the last year, 12% growth alone. We welcomed almost 30,000 visits to the gallery and studios last year, with 60% of those visits coming from within Camarillo. Last year, we were supported by around 250 volunteers from Camarillo, and we have around 100 families that are sending their children to work with us on our after-school programs, and there's about 4,000 total education visits last year. So above we have the rather fabulous Danza Diablos performing in the gallery back in 23. They were talking about the heritage of their costumes and the stories behind the dances that they were doing. This is from the previous year, and we had the Chinese American Association working with us to present a program on the stage and an exhibition in the gallery. After this exhibition, we were approached by the Chinese American Academics Group to host a national exhibition in the gallery, which was a really wonderful exhibition. In the immediate aftermath of the mountain fire, we created a free program of musical concerts and artist-led workshops in the gallery. All of the artists involved donated their time, and we had hundreds of members of the community come in and spend their lunch hour with us. The creative programs offered these people a chance to forget about the day, their concerns, their worries for their homes and their lives, and instead to connect with creativity and to lose themselves in those creative acts. These programs were a vital chance for people to gather, to share conversations, experiences, and to build a sense of community. A couple of pictures. On the left, we have an artist talk, which was an artist who was responding to natural cycles of destruction and creativity, and really centering people's sense of fires being a part of the environment within which we live, and the way that we can use creativity to come to terms with what fires do to our environment. And on the right, we have a community choir coming and singing and just spending time together, which again was lovely. So Transformed was the exhibition that we created by gathering dozens of objects which had been rescued from homes destroyed in the mountain fire. We presented these back as transformed artworks, everyday objects which embodied their own destruction. On the right, there is a piano. Those strings and the keys are what's on the wall. That was all that was left of an upright piano. On the left is a typewriter. These objects embodied their own destruction, but they also embodied the creativity of transformation. We were delighted to receive school visits, community group visits, and particularly we had visits from the local healthcare district sending recovery support groups to come and listen to some talks from our curator and view the works and talk about recovery. We worked with the county on the creation. So our next step is to work with the county on taking these ideas further and building programs where we can have artists working with people who have mental health concerns, teaching them new skills, developing reflective skills and communication skills, and then learning about what the county has to provide through its mental health services. A few weeks ago, we moved this exhibition to Ventura, and it's now in the government center, so you can go and see some of those objects and read more about the project. At the launch of that, we had some poetry that was read by groups that had been composing poetry in response to these objects as a way to sort of conceptualize their loss and to come to terms with what it had meant to lose these precious objects. This year, we were, with the city's support, we created an exhibition called Nature's Canvas, and it was centered around artists working with the landscape, working with communities, and what the land means to different people. We had, in June, we had, on the day of its opening, we had hundreds of people coming to share an afternoon of live music, poetry, and art making. And this is our garden space, and on the right, this guy here is the California Poet Laureate who read for us, and that was a highlight for the afternoon for us. Just some slides really to point to a very full gallery. and some of the amazing experiences that we're able to offer for our community. So this is Gordon Goodwin's Little Fat Band. There's like 12 of them on that stage. You might know Gordon from his Big Fat Band, which is an Emmy award-winning act which has been to the Hollywood Bowl many times, as well as touring nationally. This is one of my favorite pieces that we've exhibited with the city's support. So this is a piece by Narciso Martinez. He's a Ventura-based artist, and what he does is these are packing crates for fruit and vegetables. So he unfolds them to make a canvas, and then he paints pictures of the field workers from Ventura County and these wonderful tableaus. This piece was 11 feet wide and 9 feet tall. It was in sections, it was made out of cardboard, and it came with no hanging instructions. And it's worth a lot of money. So in the summer, we presented this work. The summer that we presented this work, you could also see work by Narciso in the San Diego Museum of Contemporary Art and in LACMA. So this guy has a national reputation, and we were delighted to be able to show him within our celebration of Latino art here in Camarillo. And the work survived. We got it off the wall and we sent it back to him. No one got in trouble. So turning to a bit of the work that we do to support the creative economy, Studio Channel Islands invests about $250,000 each year into the creative economy through paying artists to deliver programs of work, through sales of their work, and through teaching contracts. We did some work looking at what our economic impact is for the city, and there's a calculation that you can do. And so our value for the city is around $1.3 million, or around 45 full-time equivalent jobs. If you do the math, you work out that arts jobs are really quite cheap. 45, 1.3 divided by 45, yeah, you're ahead of me there. So our support programs, we start with emerging artists. So we have a lot of work with CSUCI, bringing their students for their first exhibition, helping them with producing their first literary programs and film programs. We also host the Reframe Conference, which is a summit of the creative economy for the county, and that's how we're working with the mid-career artists. And our most recent piece of work is called Land and Sky, which has been funded by the Uplift Central Coast, and this is to support established artists. So Land and Sky is an incubator for creative businesses. The central concept is that we have this huge wealth of natural assets in the county. It is the beauty of our landscape, the history of our communities, and the creativity of our workforce. Land and Sky puts them together in private ranches to play, to make, and to experiment. The artists will make meaningful work that combines a deep historical knowledge with the passion for our ecology and the future land management and its resources. So agro-tourism has a huge potential market for the county, but the creative economy is actually a larger economy than the agricultural economy, which I discovered recently. But there are precious few opportunities for the agricultural and the agro-tourism economy and the creative economy to get together. So Land and Sky was born of this idea that if we can bring those two economies together, we can create some exceptional work. We are delighted that we have 8 artists that we're going to work with. I'm only going to talk about 4 of them, so I'm aware of the time. So Todd Hannigan. He's a Grammy Award-winning singer-songwriter, producer, and film music composer. He's based up in Ojai. He has a studio there, and he's recognized for his many award-winning films and collaborations with international recognized musicians and movie makers. Beyond his films, his commitment to the environmental advocacy is woven into the projects that he supports. He uses music to champion the cause of ocean conservation and lending his voice to films and documentaries that focus upon sustainability and environmental awareness. His work in this score underscores his belief in the power of film to inspire change and to promote sustainability. He's also a very nice man. Katie Malia is a performance artist. She's performed at Walt Disney Hall, at Red Cat Theatre, amongst other places. She's also performed on Saturday Night Live, Dancing with the Stars, and she's performed with Prince. She's an exceptional performer and collaborator, and she makes work specific to locations and contexts. So we're putting her into a rural setting to create work that's responding to the landscape. Douglas Fogelson has been exhibited internationally in galleries and museums, and he's held in prestigious public and private collections, including the Getty, the Chicago Museum of Contemporary Photography, and the Center of Creative Photography in Tucson, as well as the Adjournment place, which I will not try to pronounce. He makes these installations within the landscape and invites audiences to reconnect with the land through his creative vision. Beyond his creative practice, he's also a print books. Difficult to describe what he does. It's poetry and visual art books that are embodying his work. Ethan Turpin, the last artist I was going to mention. Ethan Turpin, his creative practice blends old and new media to examine humanity's complex relationships with nature. Working as a video producer and artist, his documentaries and art installations have been shown in film festivals around the world, collected by galleries, and spans topics as complex as evolution, endangered species, and wildfires. So all of these artists are going to be in a ranch together working to create ideas, and then we're going to invite the community to come and see that work in process. And we then challenge them to work out how to leverage all of those resources to create work which can sustain the creative economy. So thank you for listening, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments at this time? Don't hear any. Comments? Nothing? Okay, well, Peter, thanks for being here. Thanks for all your work. It's really exciting that it's growing, and it's a very important part of the fabric of our community. So thank you and your staff and all your patrons for their support.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
Do we have any comments on this?
No, there's not.
Okay. All right, we're going to go down to the Ventura County Airport update. Do we have a, there we go, okay. Welcome. Welcome to our new facility here. I don't know if you probably are very much aware of this, but
Very
welcome.
nice, yes. Mayor Kildee and council members, City Manager Ramirez, thank you for having me tonight. I will keep it, as I always try to do, short and to the point. 3 areas I wanted to talk about, kind of updating what's happened previously and kind of where we're headed. First is the recent fires we had in Ventura County and LA County, and kind of the role that Camarillo Airport specifically played in supporting those operations. And then talk about some of the noise mitigation efforts we're working on, and then wrapping up our Part 150 noise study. So the first item, you may recall that starting in November of last year, and then through December and January, we had 3 separate incidents, one in Ventura and then multiple in neighboring communities, that required CAL FIRE to stand up operations, basically a heli attack port at the Camarillo Airport. So in the span of 60 days, 3 times, we had over 20 helicopters and all the support equipment that came with that. Activation, immediate response, the strategic location of our airports to all those fires that we had were significant. As many as 28 helicopters on the ground any given time, which is all the support equipment, sleeping quarters, food, fueling, mechanics, all of those for each of the helicopters. Our own fire chief for Ventura County called the fact that we have these 2 airports, particularly Camarillo in this case, a game changer, because the time in which they put water on fire and can get back and forth to refuel, recrew, all those other things is key. And the first 24 hours, 48 hours actually, for the Ventura fires were key. They were running 24-hour operations. They've got night vision capabilities. Let's move to the next slide, maybe. So you see some of the aircraft on the ground. But you will remember that, in 2017, 18 had significant fires in Ventura County. And then in November, the Big Mountain Fire, and then some ancillary fires in the county, January, a couple of those. And then the same happened when Ventura County, fires in Malibu, and then various locations, obviously, in LA County as well. Key, and you see all the helicopters just lined up at the airport. There were periods of time where we actually had to close the airport to outside operations so that CAL FIRE could operate and do what they needed to do. Fantastic work. Our county fire, they partner with the sheriff's department operating those helicopters, key to getting those fires and providing support to the folks and that are on the ground. Changing subjects on you, topics. About a year ago, as we move into now the noise mitigation components we're working on, we received a letter from then Mayor Tremblay asking that we kind of focus as we move through our noise mitigation Part 150 study on 3 areas, expediting the options for looking at alternate approaches into Camarillo Airport, looking at installation of noise monitoring system, and then our environmental analysis. So I'm happy to report on the first front, and I'll talk about that in the coming slides. We've already entered into a contract with a team of consultants. They actually had their first meeting with the technical team on the 17th of this month to start looking at that. So we weren't going to wait until the noise mitigation study was done. We want to get on that because we knew that was a key game changer to noise mitigation for the community. The installation of permanent noise monitoring, we've partnered and had already discussions with the city management team, and they're supportive in partnering with us and looking locations. Again, we're going to kind of wait until we identify, are we going to move some of the approach paths and determine where those permanent noise monitors, how long and where they go. It's kind of, that's an evaluation. So the key first is looking at the approach analysis. And then the environmental analysis, just to be clear, we already follow state and federal requirements in everything that we do with the airports already. Moving on. So as I mentioned, the Part 150 noise study that we've spent the last 2.5 years wrapping up, started in 23, all of 24, and wrapping it up. Our final public hearing is set for Monday, August 4th. That's coming up. Please go to our website and if you're interested in additional details. But that is basically, the Part 150 study is the plan for us, the county, to mitigate noise over the next 10, 20 years. So it's a plan, will ultimately be adopted by our Board of Supervisors. We'll run it through our Aviation Advisory Authority, which 2 members here, Councilmember Tremblay and Councilmember Santangelo both sit on. And then ultimately take it to our board, get approval, and submit that to the FAA for final approval. And again, it's the game plan for all the things we will do to help mitigate noise. And the last, again, is immediate commencement of the flight approach consulting team. And I'll move to the next slide. So this kind of just gives a visual of what we're talking about. In the top right corner is the Camarillo Airport. The green lines are typical approaches into, and you see the water tower there on the approach. So some of the things we'll be looking at as we go through this, and the next slide kind of talks about that, is looking at that approach path. Can we raise that? There are opportunities to raise the angle of attack, which would put aircraft higher over our community. So that's the first thing. The second thing that we'd be looking at is can we publish they call it a published visual approach, which is in clear weather. It's basically a roadmap so that pilots could follow that course and staying away from communities to, again, help mitigate noise. And the last, as the thing that we talked about, is actually moving the instrument approach. Are there other places, other angles that we could bring in that approach that isn't typically over some of the communities that we hear comments from? So those are the 3 things our consulting team will be looking at. Some of them we can implement a little faster than others. Others will take a little more time. The approach in particular is a little more time because that's FAA approval, and we have complications in the sense that there is a crossing approach that comes into Point Mugu and a Naval Air Station as well. So it's a coordination not only with the FAA, but in that case, also with the DOD. So that will take us some time. And what you see in the top right corner is a visual approach. Monterey Airport has done that. So it kind of just shows what the normal approach is, straight in, that larger arrow, if you will, that goes right into the red circle. and the top right is kind of a visual approach, kind of published to stay away from communities. So again, multiple areas we're looking at, and everything, all the feedback we've gotten so far, it looks pretty positive in the success. And that's all I have for you. If there's any specific questions, happy to answer.
Any questions or comments from Keith tonight? Vice Mayor, you to go first?
Keith, thanks for the presentation. I can tell you I appreciate Camarillo Airport's location. Having had a stint in running the Sheriff's Aviation Unit and firefighting capability out there, during the mountain fire, I live in an area, and I know a former county supervisor doesn't live far from me and probably has the same feelings. Hi, Kathy. But the smoke was behind me. The flames were on the hilltops behind me. I was under a mandatory evacuation order, but I used my own personal discretion. And I had non-stop helicopters flying for hours doing water drops on the fires just north of my house. And my wife was very concerned, and I said, Val, as long as the helicopters are flying and dropping water, we're staying. And so one of the things the city's looking at is a bridge replacement on Las Posas Road at Ventura Boulevard. And one of the things that we talk about is the importance of the Camarillo Airport for fire suppression and fire support. And helicopters don't do damage flying into the airport on our roadways. How many support vehicles do you think were there to support the 20 to 30 aircraft were out there?
On average, each helicopter had about 4 support, mechanic truck, food truck, sleeping quarters, fuel truck, so at least 4 on average for every single helicopter that you saw on the ground.
So it points to the absolute benefit of our local community to have a sturdy roadway between Camarillo and the airport for all the support vehicles coming off 101. It also shows the importance of the airport for staging of aircraft. They didn't just fight the mountain fire, but they flew on the Palisades fire and another fire in Southern California, so it's critical. I do have a question, and this has nothing to do with your presentation, but I've heard a presentation at RDP about the autonomous helicopter program or some test facility that's coming into Camarillo. Maybe if you can just give a little bit of information about that.
Yeah, the answer is there's not a specific autonomous helicopter coming. Autonomy is coming for those that are young enough to remember the Jetsons, the cartoon.
Or
that is
old
all
enough.
coming, folks, and I'm not kidding. So there's various versions of that, whether it's small drones to inspect buildings or to do real estate photography or whatever that is, all the way up to, they call it eVTOL, electric vertical takeoff and landing. That's the air taxi, that's the Jetsons, Joby, Archer, big companies. Those are all coming here. And I'll tell you, because of our proximity to the World Cup soccer in 26, Super Bowl in 27, and Olympics in 28 in the LA region, all those companies want to come and show off their wares, and for sure they will be around. Now, the nice part is they're very green. Electric motors are 1/10 the noise output for our community members, which is a good thing. But a lot of testing will go on. And the use of autonomous is a nice thing, but let's just be real. They're still figuring out how cars can drive on the roadway before anybody gets in the back of an autonomous aircraft. That's probably a ways away for the comfort level.
Right.
But that technology is there for sure. It's being tested. It'll be shown off in the next few years, no question about it, at both our airports and this region. We sit so close to the Navy and the Naval Test Range. All of those are reasons that technology is coming here before many other places in the country.
Is the county, or are there plans in place for the county to have some kind of autonomous test facility at the Camarillo Airport?
Both airports would be part of testing. Again, not as much the autonomous. There is some remote testing that we're working towards doing a test range. Most of that is focused out, covers our airports, but it's really getting out to the ag lands and then ultimately out to the sea. Open space is where you want to do most of that testing. So those are things we're exploring, no question about it. We'd like to see that technology, those jobs, all of that come here.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Susan, did you have anything you wanted to?
Keith, I just wanted to thank you for being here tonight. I want to thank you for two things, specifically the work that you did to help facilitate all of the support, the fire support. Really important to our community, and I think it really highlights the importance of the airport to our community. But secondly, I want to thank you for being so responsive to the community and for hearing the community and their concerns about noise, and being so responsive in terms of getting the alternate flight approach, looking at that without waiting for the FAA, without waiting for the noise study to be complete. So thank you. I think that's been really a really good thing for our community. I appreciate it.
Appreciate that. Thank you for the support.
Mr. Tremblay?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I want to echo what Susan had to say. Keith, thanks for being here. A number of kudos to you. I mean, not only is the airport critical to fire response and fire suppression activities, it's also critical to our local economy as well, and I don't ever want to lose sight of that. I'm mindful of the fact that we have a former county supervisor here who knows the airport operations well. Hi, Kathy, and my colleague who's the chair of the Oxnard Airport Authority, Mr. Teran from the Oxnard City Council. Hi, Gabe, is here as well. And they know well how valuable the airport is for us. What people may not know, and what I mean sincerely, is that in distinct contrast to your predecessor, you have brought leadership and transparency to the Department of Airports, and I'm really grateful for that. I think you and your staff have done an exceptional job. I think you've been responsive to the community, responsive to our concerns. We'll go through it again, but what Susan discussed and what you had in your presentation is absolutely correct. And so I think your staff has been very professional. And then I would just put in a plug that if there are those of you who are out in the audience tonight or watching on TV, attend that public hearing on August 4, because it will be an important public hearing, and we want to encourage as much public comment as we can. So thanks for your leadership. Thanks to your staff for your leadership.
Well, I thank this entire council for their support, city manager's office as well. Been very gracious as we work together. We know it's an issue ongoing. We know we have a lot of work and ongoing work to be good neighbors, and that will never end. It's perpetuity. We understand. So thank you.
Thank you. Martita? Yeah.
Quick question, and thank you so much, Keith, for being here. The Fly Friendly program is still ongoing?
It is.
Okay. And have you noticed any improvements in collaboration, communications? I know those were some hiccups happening in the beginning.
Yes, over the last 3 years, it's taken some work. You know, we have slight hiccups. You know, the neighbors were fabulous during the fires. They understood, you know, we did our communication piece. They understood what was happening. Literally, it was 24/7 for the first several days at each of these events, and our communities understood what was happening and were supportive. The other, you know, we have things like when Van Nuys Airport shuts down one of their 2 runways, that increases traffic. So we're working with them to educate those pilots. But the pilots as a whole understand they're community members as well. They understand they've got to be good community members, and it's us educating them of what we need them to do and how that we needed them to do it. We just had our 4th Fly Friendly event where we invite the flight schools, the pilots, air traffic controllers in and talk about what we did well and areas we need to work on. And we had our biggest attendance. It was near 60 folks that attended, so it was fabulous.
Okay, great.
So.
Thank you.
Keith, thank you for being here. Ditto for what my colleagues have said. And when you took the job, you hit the ground running, and it doesn't go unnoticed. And appreciate your efforts. And if you would pass that along to your staff as well. I
would do. Thank you. And we listened when we said, you know, let's put our foot on their throat. I think I haven't forgotten. Yeah. Keep the. I heard throat. I was one of those 2. Yes.
Foot on the gas.
Sorry.
Thank you, Keith.
See?
Neither did you, Keith.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Keith. All right. So everybody that's standing, we've got quite a few public speakers here, but there's some chairs and some seats, mostly over to the left here. If any of you folks that are standing would like to use them, there is quite a few of them available here. And I do believe, I think we've got some more chairs in the foyer, so feel free to fill in the area here, if you will. Okay, so we are going to have translation services available tonight. I'm going to ask the interpreter to come up and to the podium and announce the availability for translation services here. Welcome. You can use either one that you feel comfortable. Yeah.
Good evening. We have
Hang on, let me make sure. Oh, there you go. Sorry, it wasn't turned on. Thank you.
Good evening. We have interpreting equipment in the back of the room. If anyone needs simultaneous interpretation, please feel welcome to visit us. Also, we would like to mention the speakers in Spanish will have 6 minutes to do it. Buenas tardes. Tenemos equipo de interpretación en la parte de atrás del salón para quienes necesiten interpretación simultánea al español, y las personas que vayan a hablar contarán con 6 minutos. Gracias.
Thank you, gracias. Thank you. All right, so now is the time for general public comments. We prefer that you make a comment on a non-agendized item, which I think most of you are here for tonight. And I'm going to ask the city clerk to kind of talk a little bit about housekeeping and protocol. So city clerk, would you like to do that, please?
Yes, I'm just going to go over the general public comment speaking rules. At this time, this is a time for, like the mayor has stated, for general public for items that are not on the agenda. At this time, I have received 56 requests to speak. If you have not signed up to speak, you could submit your name at the desk over to the left, or my left. Each speaker is going to have 3 minutes to speak. Your time is going to be visible on that small screen there and that small screen there. You'll see the picture in a little box showing your time. Because there's no audible beep to let you know when your time is up, the mic will be muted when your time is up, and then we'll go on to the next person. And to ensure a respectful environment, we ask that audience members refrain from clapping or other audible reactions during public comments. And I'm going to call up a name for the first speaker, but I'm also going to let you know who the next speakers are after that person so that you can kind of get prepared in the middle aisle here. And then I'll keep on doing that, rotating the people up. So.
Madam, can I just make one comment before you? We do something kind of different here in Camarillo. We don't want to intimidate either side. We want everybody to feel comfortable because it's really, really important to hear everybody, and it's really, really important for everybody to be comfortable. What we kind of do here is if you agree with what's been said, kind of take your hands and do this. And that way, everybody will know that, A, you agree with it, and another individual that may or may not will not feel intimidated. So as people, thank you, as our city clerk has said, we have several speakers, well over 50. So what I'd like to do is listen to you all, and remember, you have 3 minutes unless you need interpretive services, you have 6. We don't want to cut anybody's microphone off here, so if you could keep it to 3 minutes, it would really, really be beneficial to everyone here. So what we're going to do, we're going to listen to everybody's comments here. We're not going to make a lot of comments ourselves. We're here to listen to you. This is your time and your time only. And after everybody's had an opportunity to speak, we're going to take a 20-minute break, and then we're going to come back for council and staff reports. So with that, I'm going to ask the city clerk if you'd like to start the process tonight.
Okay, our first speaker for tonight is going to be Gabe Turan, and then after that's going to be Andrea, and I apologize because I pronounced your names wrong, Andrea Soriano, and then Amy Dobzensky. So if Gabe Teran could come up.
Hi, Gabe. Hi, Gabe. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Kildee, Vice Mayor Tennyson, Council, City Manager, staff, and the public. My name is Gabe Teran. I'm currently serving as Mayor Pro Tem for the City of Oxnard. I'm here speaking as myself this evening, but I'm here for an Oxnard-specific item. But I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the number of community members who showed up tonight to speak in support of their fellow community members who are being targeted by recent federal actions. And I appreciate you all giving them a full 3 minutes and this time. The city slogan of Las Personas son la ciudad, todas las personas. So I appreciate you giving them that time and this forum. But I'm here to speak to you about these 3 items you see here next to me. The city of Oxnard actually is looking at a possible comprehensive prohibition on the sales of flavored nitrous oxide products. And you can see them, that I brought these props. I have about a dozen of these that I found throughout our community. I have not purchased a single one. I found them discarded in people's lawns, in alleys, and in gutters. And they used to be known as whippets, and they're these small stainless steel containers with nitrous oxide, and people would fill them into balloons or other devices and use them for a euphoric effect. There are demonstrated long-term physiological and neurological risks that come along with problematic use of them. And as you can see, they tend to be geared toward a younger crowd, especially when they have bright colors or sweet flavors like strawberry cheesecake. And what other use would they have aside from the use of getting high? And so we are looking at a possible ban, and I wanted to let neighboring jurisdictions know of this for your consideration, because I have a concern that we've seen these all throughout our community. If this ban were to be passed by the city council in the city of Oxnard, I worry that the market may migrate to neighboring jurisdictions that have little or no regulation of them. And seeing how these have littered our community, but also the long-term physical and social effects that can come from them as well, I wanted to give you that heads up. So if you have any questions, I did send an email to the clerk, the city manager, and the mayor ahead of time with our staff report and other materials on this. And this is what my career has been dedicated to: health and prevention programming and education for youth. And so I'm open to any questions later on if you have any. So thank you very much for this time.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just want to let you know that we are in possession of this as well. I didn't know if any of my colleagues had any questions for you or anything. Yes, Vice Mayor Tennyson does.
I just have a question, and I won't ask our Mayor Pro Tem, but I'll ask the city manager if we can have staff. I don't know where these things are sold. I'm old. I've never seen them before. Do we know if we have sales of this in Camarillo, or maybe our sheriff sergeant knows?
I'm not aware of any current sales, but maybe our Sergeant Tommy Miller could expand.
Sorry. Yeah, so we do have sales of these products in our communities. The city was granted a tobacco retailer grant through the state. I've been in our smoke shops and many of our retailers here in the city. I have worked with various owners to restrict the sales. Penal Code 381 outlines nitrous oxide in these inhalants in a criminal violation, but there are current sales in our community still, many found at our smoke shops.
Correct.
So is PC 381 enough of an enforcement tool, or is it something we should consider going forward as a local ordinance?
Yeah,
I'm putting you on the spot.
Yeah, there's 2 components with 381. One's the possession for the purpose of inhaling, and then there's an additional section that requires retailers to maintain a log of all sales, because with nitrous oxide, there's a legitimate purpose used in dentistry and other factors. But it would require some future considerations.
So our dentists aren't going to the smoke shops to buy their nitrous oxide?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
The legitimate purpose, however, presents a hurdle for our district attorney's office in beyond a reasonable doubt.
Prosecution. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, Mayor.
One more question, sorry.
Is this
Martita?
something that you'd be interested in bringing back, more information back?
I think the
You'd bring the,
manager will
okay,
follow up
okay, great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Proceed, please.
Thank you and good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Andrea Soriano. William Shakespeare said, "What is a city but the people?" The city of Camarillo's motto is "Las personas son la ciudad," which translate to "the people are the city." Camarillo is made up of diverse groups of people and cultures. This is what makes our city a wonderful place to work and live and drives our economy. You all are elected to represent the people of our city. Camarillo and surrounding areas are under siege by the federal government, kidnapping and disappearing citizens without due process because of the color of their skin. I ask for your leadership to work in conjunction with surrounding areas, Oxnard, Ventura, Moore Park, Thousand Oaks, to protect residents from the unconstitutional actions of the federal government. Please tell us what you, as leaders of the city, plan to do to protect our residents. And after I prepared my comments, I noticed online that the city of Los Angeles, their city attorney has just filed a suit for an injunction to stop the ICE raids and random picking up of people of color. Thank you.
Thank you. Proceed, please.
Before Amy starts, I want to go ahead and say the next names. It's Danae Lassen and Patricia Griffin.
Thank you.
Hi, City Council members. Good evening. My name is Amy Dubzinski. I'm a 20-year resident of Camarillo, and I'm here to express the concern of safety in our community with increased ICE activity. As a local educator and activist here in Camarillo, I care deeply about my students, their family, and our neighbors. In canvassing local businesses, most of our community is unaware that we have an ICE ERO office located at 321 Cortez Circle, in an industrial plaza adjacent to a residential neighborhood, and just 2 blocks away from the Ventura County Office of Education and Triton Academy. I am very concerned about public safety, with masked, unidentified ICE agents taking people off the streets in Ventura County. One would hope that citizens could call the police to ensure their safety with action. I have witnessed firsthand reckless driving of these agents and what appears to be coordinated efforts with the Camarillo Police Department, Ventura County Sheriff's Office, as entering and exiting the Cortez facility. I have also witnessed the Camarillo Police and Ventura County Sheriff's Department allowing raid vehicles to be stationed at their site. This cooperation must stop. I ask that the City Council places pressure on them to stop assisting ICE caravans and raids throughout our cities, similar to what Ventura Police Department has pledged to their citizens. I want our citizens to feel safe and protected if they call for assistance, and not worry that it will lead ICE to their doorstep. Thank you for this consideration in keeping our city's safety a top priority.
Thank you. Proceed, please. Okay.
Hello, my name is Danae Lassen, and I have been a Camarillo resident for most of my life. My family has been here for decades. My in-laws are immigrants, and I am currently raising 3 young children in Camarillo. I have spent my time here trying to make the city welcoming and warm for families. As a youth, I served as a mentor and counselor in summer camps and church groups, and as an adult, I have served on the board of directors for nonprofits like Kidstream and Pleasant Valley Cooperative Preschool. I have volunteered at clothing and food drives and advocated for social justice. My heart is with the families of Camarillo. But lately, instead of feeling enthusiastic about the potential our beautiful city has, I feel saddened for the fear spreading through the community. My 7-year-old son told me before school got out, "My friends are scared." These poor children are seeing their mothers, fathers, and grandparents go to work and never come back. My question is, how do I explain to my 7-year-old why his friends are scared? Do I tell him because masked men with guns are rampaging the fields, complexes, and neighboring cities in Ventura County? Do I tell him because there's no accountability for these ICE agents who are driving without license plates, moving plates from car to car, running red lights, making illegal U-turns, and recklessly driving through our streets? Do I tell him because the police that are supposed to protect us are actually protecting the ICE agents by letting them camp out of the police station and essentially acting as escorts and security guards? These are clearly rhetorical for a child, but for you, council members, they are not. In the last 3 weeks that I have volunteered with 805 and DocuFund and 805 Immigrant, I've learned that the fear goes far beyond my son's first grade friends. Just this morning, a woman arrived at the 321 Cortez Circle ICE office to inquire about someone she knows who was a citizen that was taken by ICE. As I was talking to her, 6 masked men in full fatigues with assault rifles came through the front fence, walked around the front and the side of the building. This woman was shocked and repeatedly saying, "This isn't America. This isn't Camarillo." Unfortunately, this isn't the first time I have seen these ICE agents come out with guns in an attempt to intimidate observers who want to hold them accountable for terrorizing this community that we love. I urge you, please, to consider the impact you can have on reinforcing safety and security in our city. You can make our hardworking community members know their city council will protect them. You can help us citizens no longer repeat, "This isn't America, this isn't Camarillo." You can help 7-year-olds just romp around the schoolyard instead of feel scared that they're losing their families. Please use the power you have and do everything you can to bring the warmth back and protect the families of Camarillo. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just want to say, after Patricia will be Naomi Tangai. And so just a first name, it looks like it's Josue will be after Patricia.
Okay, thank you, council members and mayor, for your time. It's my understanding that Sheriff Fryoff indicated that the sheriff's department would not assist ICE. Possibly the Camarillo substation has not gotten that memo. And assist does leave room for interpretation. My interpretation of not assist is that the department will do nothing overtly, implicitly, passively, subtly, trying to cover all the bases, covertly to help ICE. But allowing ICE to park their vehicles, their personal vehicles, in the parking lot at the Camarillo substation and allowing agents to come there to go from their personal vehicles to their work vehicle and then vice versa appears to me to be assisting. You, the city council, have contracted with the sheriff's department for police services. And you, the city council, need to demand that the sheriff's department, our Camarillo Sheriff's Department, stop immediately any and all forms of assistance to ICE. If you do not do this, you will then also be complicit with what is going on in our community. I worked in the Wainimi Elementary School District for 36 years, and I had an opportunity to work with many students whose parents were in agriculture. There's many reasons why they live in cramped quarters, but the most important being that each and every parent would tell me that their dream was for their children to have a better life than they had, just like you with your children. One of my students had only her mother, had no father, and very few relatives in the area. From her description, it sounded as if she and her mother slept in a walk-in closet on the floor with no mattress. Yet, with her minimal income supporting her and her daughter, when her daughter needed glasses, she found a way. When she felt her daughter was not doing well academically, she went and found and bought a nondescript device, iPad, not brand, so her daughter could use that. She brought it to the school for us to help and put appropriate apps on it. This mother's dream, as she expressed it, was for her daughter to have a better job than she had. One where the daughter didn't have her fingers stained with the soil and the crops that were being picked. One where her daughter did not have to toil in the heat of the summer and the cold of the winter. All parents have that dream. Sheriff Fryoff appears to be destroying those dreams. Please tell Sheriff Fryoff to have the Camarillo substation stand down in any and all ICE assistance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Proceed, please.
I wish I could say good evening, but we are living in horrible times. My name's Noemi Tungui. I'm the Living with Love program manager with Mixteco Indígena Community Organizing Project. I'm here today as a public health service provider, a concerned resident of Ventura County, and a member of the indigenous Purepecha community, who myself grew up undocumented here in Ventura County. And I'm here asking for your support to end all collaboration with ICE in the city of Camarillo. The Living with Love Wellness Program is a mental health and domestic violence direct prevention and early intervention program. For the past 8 years, the program has been one of 33 different culturally and linguistically responsive projects across the state of California. And one of being evaluated by the California Department of Public Health Office of Health Equity for its effectiveness. And we work alongside UCLA researchers to analyze trends within our local migrant indigenous communities. And something that we are seeing today is this stark increase in the mental health of decreasing mental health and more severe situations of mental health and crises in our community members. And these are my aunts, my uncles, my tios, my tias, my cousins. This is the community that I grew up serving alongside. And this is happening because people are afraid to leave their homes for groceries, to attend their medical appointments, to attend to services with ICE, to walk their dogs, to go to their child's graduation, to report crime. And unfortunately, we're seeing this increase in fear of reporting cases of domestic violence as well, where before we could with confidence tell our community that they could go to the courts and ICE would not be there to meet them. Today we can't say that because the videos and evidence shows otherwise. And it's particularly alarming that the rise in reports of sexual violence, threats, and intimidation, especially targeting women, it's been seen here where in one recent and horrifying case, a woman was raped by a man impersonating an ICE officer. It has been seen that our local law enforcement is collaborating with ICE through, as people have mentioned, and you will hear through the night, escorting vehicles and allowing staging on sheriff's properties. We ask for your support in ensuring that they are actually, the Ventura County Sheriff's Office is actually doing their job, because right now they are failing us and it's increasing the gap in trust and fear. And please maintain public safety, de-escalate tensions, verify the identity of those making arrests, and record interactions using body-worn cameras. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Okay, after the speaker that's coming up next will be Fernando Hernandez and Claudia. I just have the first name.
Hello, I'm a community organizer and a project coordinator with Mixteco Indígena Community Organizing Project. I am here today as an impacted resident of Ventura County and a member of the indigenous migrant community of the Zapotec community, and a member to ask here to step up and end all collaboration with ICE in the city of Camarillo. Tonight, I speak on behalf of the indigenous migrant community members who have experienced extreme hardship as the result of their family being targeted by ICE. Youth across the county are in constant distress that their parents may not return from work. Parents and elders, out of financial necessity, go to work on a daily basis with a heavy feeling and fear of anxiety that they may not be able to return home to their loved ones. Even mixed status households and those in the process of doing it the right way are reluctant to step out of their homes for their appointments because of the demonstrated pattern of tactics executed by ICE. We continuously see how our parents and relatives are treated as lesser than second-class citizens by the county and state. The continued actions by law enforcement agencies have continued to prove why there has been a historic sentiment of distrust from our communities. When the Ventura County Sheriff's Office voluntarily works with ICE, it not only further pushes away our community members, but it has us questioning who they're actually protecting and who you as elected officials are serving.
Videos on social media have showcased how these agents go on power trips and are emboldened by the blatant collaboration of the Ventura County Sheriff, who serves as their personal escorts. It is frightening to see how normalized ICE's practices have become because people in seats of power such as yourselves choose to do, or at the very least say anything. Your lack of action will contribute to the continued separation of families, and it is now that we call on you to end all local cooperation with ICE, support the proposed legal defense fund introduced by Ventura County Supervisor Vianney Lopez, which would provide critical legal resources to families impacted by immigration enforcement, and urgently request support for legal defense fund to provide essential legal assistance to families affected by immigration enforcement. I also wanted to take this time to urge the sheriff to establish clear guidelines requiring deputies dispatched to federal immigration enforcement to, 1, maintain public safety and de-escalate tensions, verify the identity of those making arrests, and 3, record interactions using body-worn cameras if federal agents refuse to cooperate. Your purpose is to protect and serve the people, yet you do the opposite as you stand by watching how the community is treated with excessive force and bystanders are threatened. Do better.
Thank you. Proceed, please. Okay.
Buenas tardes. Good evening. My name is Fernando Hernandez. I'm one of the DOJ's accredited legal representative with MyCop. Mixteco, I am with the MyCop's Immigration Legal Assistance Program. I am also from the Mixteco community. I myself, as my parents, many of the maybe co-workers are here. I am here today as a concerned resident of Ventura County and a member of the indigenous community to ask for your support to end all collaboration with ICE in the city of Camarillo. As a reminder, here in California, there is SB 54, which is a California Values Act, which restricts local law enforcement cooperation with the federal immigration enforcement, including ICE. Yesterday, I went to a ICE check-in with one of our clients. He's a Mixteco speaker. Started asking questions to the ICE officer. He gave short response. While I was still trying to have a civilized conversation with the officer, and the moment that I asked his name, he just left. He just let me there talking. I still asked him several times. He did not want to share his name with me. This only showed me the reality that the community faces every day. And thankfully, I'm able to, my parents migrated here, and now I speak English, but my clients did not, they barely speak some Spanish. And having an officer who does not give them a language access to speak Mixteco was not, I don't see that being fair to them. And also this, have seen videos where community members have been detained by ICE officers without even having a judicial warrant. Our clients also started asking me if the Camarillo Police Department was acting as security for ICE. The client also asked, what he was supposed to do if he was a victim of a crime. Since he saw that the Camarillo Police Department and the Sheriff Police Department was acting as security for ICE, I told him that he should call the Camarillo Police Department in this case, or in the sheriff, but his response was that he did not have the trust to do so. Because he feared that contacting the police department would mean that his information would be shared to ICE, which would make him eventually be deported. There's a true fear that our community faces every day, but they still have to wake up at 5 a.m. to go to work. The only example that the Camarillo Police Department is doing by helping ICE is telling community members that they are also to protect ICE officer, and this eliminates the trust that the community can have with the police. Like Noemi had shared a few minutes ago, many of the community members are victims, but fear to report this because they fear that calling the police would mean that they would be deported. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, after Claudia will be Casey Lawrence and Corey Dransfeld.
Good evening. My name's Claudia. I've been a resident of Camarillo since 2017. I graduated from California State University, Channel Islands. My parents were born in Mexico and came to this country in the pursuit of the American dream. The belief that through hard work and determination, anyone, regardless of their background, can achieve a better life. They only made it to the 3rd grade before they had to work in the fields to support their families. But their sacrifice ensured that I had the opportunity to pursue higher education, and I'm proud to say that I've done that. I know that this gives me privilege, and with that slight privilege, I do my best to give back and support others in our community. I'm a volunteer with a local rapid response group, and on Saturday, July 5th, while I was patrolling parts of Camarillo, trying to keep on the obvious organized criminal activity that we have seen, an off-duty man remarked to me, "I don't think we're gonna have any more bodies today." I told him I'd be staying out a bit longer, and he replied that we'd likely have a slow day. But these aren't just bodies. These are people. These are human beings with names, families, just like you and me. Our community is scared, heartbroken, and angry. I'm here to ask the city to do the following: ensure that our local law enforcement is not serving as security guards for these obvious criminal operations, and enforce traffic and public safety laws equally. As many have mentioned, we've seen them swapping vehicles plates. They completely remove them, so they're unidentifiable. They are obscured while driving on public roads. There's reckless driving and continuous running of red lights. This isn't just safe, it sets a dangerous, if the people in our community can't identify who is who, it leaves the door open for anyone to come and abuse this uncertainty and vulnerability. No one is above the law. The lack of accountability and visibility undermines public trust and safety. Our community is hurting. Your community is hurting. Don't let the American dream continue as an American nightmare. Please take action to protect your city and keep ICE out of Camarillo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Casey, and I have worked in Camarillo for 6 years, and I've lived in town for a year now. I am speaking tonight to call upon you to take action against ICE activity here in Camarillo. I work alongside people of various legal status, including people on work visas, permanent residents, foreign-born citizens, and first-generation U.S.-born citizens. A few of them have asked me to share what their lives have been like these last few months because they are too afraid to be here to speak for themselves. One of my coworkers spent a week in panic, leaving his home only to come to work while he waited for his parents to get him his birth certificate and social security card so he could carry them on him at all times. Many of my coworkers have taken up this habit, carrying past tax forms and utility bills to further prove that they are who they say they are and they belong here because of the instances of ICE taking people despite presenting a government ID, being told that it's not enough. Many of my coworkers say they leave their homes as little as possible and are afraid to come into work some days. Nobody should have to live in that fear. About a month ago, a coworker came to me telling me a friend of his had been missing for 3 days. His family was struggling with the ICE database, unsure if he was detained, and was afraid to call the police due to their involvement with ICE. Luckily, they found him a few days later, but a man was missing and his family was afraid to involve the police. Police cooperation with ICE will cause crime to go unreported and allow for a demographic of the public to be targeted due to their distrust in law enforcement. On the job site, I spend my days scanning the parking lot for unfamiliar vehicles and taking note of who is walking into the shop, fearful of masked men cosplaying as soldiers showing up to harass me and my coworkers. That is not a safe work environment. I'd like to leave you with a lesson about solidarity I have learned as in my years in a trade union. When you exclude a group from a movement or deny them rights based on their race, gender, religion, legal status, or any other reasons, those cease to be rights and can be taken away from you as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Okay, after Corey Dransfield will be Libby Higgins and Karen Scheer.
There you go.
Hi, my name is Corey Dransfeld. I've lived in Camarillo for 35 years. My great-grandfather was Eugene Putnam, the first fire captain in town. So I've got roots here, and the fact that I do is just an accident of birth. Everyone should be welcome here. And the fact that we have masked agents wandering around town, refusing to identify themselves, and being supported by the sheriff's department is going to do nothing but instill fear. It's like, they claim that they're wearing masks for their own protection, and what they're actually doing is wearing masks to escape accountability. If this government can pass legislation to tax their voters to reward their donors, then surely they can pass legislation to protect agents that they claim are acting lawfully. They're not picking up criminals. They're breaking up families. They're terrorizing our neighbors. They're terrorizing our community members. They're driving recklessly, they're threatening anyone who's observing them and just trying to make a joke out of it. It's embarrassing. And, the sheriff's department is supposed to be here to help protect the community. And if they're gonna help people who are functionally criminals, even if they're enabled by the government, they're just gonna destroy the trust of the people that they're supposed to be protecting. And I don't think it's unreasonable to ask that they stop engaging in that behavior and that the city asks them to do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, after Libby Higgins will be Karen Scher and Doug McDowell.
Hi, my name is Libby Higgins. I'm a mother, a Camarillo resident, and a graduate of the Las Personas Community Academy. You all thanked me recently for showing up then. I'm here again asking you to show up now. I have heard local law enforcement off the record describe ICE as sloppy, untrained, undisciplined, and unprofessional. And yet we're watching masked, armed agents operate freely in our streets, detaining people without identifying themselves. Even worse, we're seeing impersonators commit crimes additional crimes, under the same cover. Meanwhile, our Ventura County sheriffs are not acting as protectors. Instead, they're stopping volunteers, not questioning the masked armed men. They're providing staging areas and pretending that that is not collaboration. A massive federal bill just passed, giving ICE an additional $75 billion, and they're planning to hire another 10,000 agents, nearly tripling their force. There is no reason to believe that these agents will be any more trained or any more disciplined than what we see now, and in fact, I fear that it will be worse. We are at the beginning of this. Here in Camarillo, nearly 1 in 3 residents is Latino. That's more than 19,000 people who may be targeted, traumatized, or swept up. And what happens when these new agents don't meet their quotas? Do you really believe that the rest of us, your friends, your coworkers, the people in the room tonight are safe? I do not feel safe. I know I'm not alone. I'm asking this council to, 1, hold an emergency meeting to identify every legal tool available to protect our community now. 2, use your voices and platforms to speak out. 3, use city infrastructure to educate the public about their rights. 4, create policies that prevent ICE from staging operations on city property. 5, advocate to the County Board of Supervisors to adopt these same protections. 6, donate city funds to Legal Defense Fund for Camarillo residents swept up by ICE. 7, donate city funds to 805 UndocuFund and or 805 Immigrant, who are already doing the heavy lifting of this work. And 8, create a web page on your website with resources for those dealing with ICE activities.
Again,
I have 30 seconds.
Again,
to the
please.
sheriffs, I have 30 seconds. To the sheriffs, if unarmed volunteers can drive around to witness and document unlawful activities by ICE agents, so can you. This is what community protection looks like. I also recommend a book. It's called The Courageous Follower. It used to be used in law enforcement training. It's by Ira Chaliff. It lays out how to challenge bad order in a system of chain of command. I urge you to learn from it.
Thank you for your comments. Again, please, we want to hear from everybody. Please, no outwardly form. We've done a really good job on that tonight. Let's keep it up, okay? Proceed, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and executive staff. And I want to echo the comments of Libby Higgins. A shout out to you. Thank you very much. My name is Karen Scher. I have lived in Camarillo for 20 years. I'm a veteran teacher and also serve as a governing board member for the Oxnard Union High School District Area 3. Geographically, it is the largest trustee area spanning farmlands and neighborhoods west and south and north and down of the 101 and down the entirety of Hueneme Road through Port Hueneme, around Oxnard Middle College High School to Channel Islands High School. I speak tonight as an individual and as a mother, but also on behalf of the hundreds of students and families, teachers, and school employees in our district who reside in Camarillo and in Ventura County, and I'm here to urge you to keep ICE out of our beautiful city. Right now, our families are scared. Parents are scared. Students are scared. California school districts, including ours, do not know if some students will return this fall or not, not because they've moved, but because they're terrified. Terrified of being seen, terrified of being taken, terrified that their families will be torn apart while they're at school. That fear will tear trust apart. It will tear classrooms apart and school communities apart. This is not a distant story. It is happening to children right here, right now. Just a few weeks ago, a 12-year-old Oxnard Elementary student was orphaned because both of his parents were taken away, disappeared, vanished from his life. Governor Newsom visited him personally here in Oxnard, but we must ask ourselves, how will we continue to claim that Camarillo is a safe community if we allow our families to be torn apart? Even Senator Alex Padilla, a U.S. senator and one of our most beloved and respected public servants, was thrown to the ground and handcuffed by federal officials during a Homeland Security event, and he afterwards said, "I was thrown to the ground, handcuffed, and taken down a hall while officers refused to tell me why I was being detained. Where were they taking me? Am I being arrested?" If this can happen to a sitting U.S. senator, imagine what is happening to undocumented families with no power and no cameras watching. ICE does not make our city safer. It makes our neighbors afraid to call for help. It drives families into hiding. It undermines trust in government, in schools, and in public safety. But just as the late and great Ruth Bader Ginsburg, God rest her soul, said, "If you are neutral in situations of injustice, then you have chosen the side of the oppressor." You cannot be neutral now. I urge you to adopt clear and public policy.
Thank you for your comments. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker
Thank
is
you.
Doug McDowell, and then after that, it's Laura Razzie Miller and Sharon Razzie.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Doug McDowell, and I serve on the Pleasant Valley School District Board. I speak today not as an elected official. However, I am here as a neighbor who is deeply concerned about the safety, dignity, and cohesion of our community. While I personally do not face the threat of immigration enforcement yet, many in our city do. They live each day under the shadow of fear. That fear amplified when Immigration Customs Enforcement, or ICE, operates visibly in our neighborhoods. Even worse, when the city-owned spaces like parking lots are used as staging areas for ICE operations. It creates the perception that our local government is complicit. That must stop. I urge the City Council to pass a formal resolution barring ICE from using any city-owned property for enforcement actions. I encourage the council to petition the county government to do the same, and I also ask that the city publicly affirm that our local law enforcement does not collaborate with ICE. Without this clarity, trust in our public institutions erodes, and we all become less safe. We have already seen how ICE tactics, raids without proper warrants, plainclothes operations, targeting people near schools and workplaces have traumatized families. As a school board member, I have seen how this fear affects our students. They struggle to focus in school, wondering if a parent will be gone when they get home. That is not the kind of environment they should grow up in. Adding to this danger is the disturbing rise of impersonation. There have been recent incidents in which individuals wearing tactical gear and face coverings have presented themselves as ICE agents. This kind of vigilante behavior is terrifying, especially for those who are already vulnerable. I ask our local police department to issue a clear statement on what community members should do when they are uncertain about the legitimacy of someone claiming to be a federal agent. Residents deserve to know their rights and how to respond safely. Our city must take a stand. Let us affirm that Camarillo is a place of inclusion, fairness, and humanity. We must not allow fear to take root. We must not allow city resources to be used for harm. There is no place for hate in our community. There's no place for ICE on our city properties. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
After Laura Razzie Miller and Sharon Razzie will be Alondra Mendoza.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Laura Racy Miller. I've lived in this city my entire life. I hope that the City Council will find it in their heart to make a public statement condemning the raids by ICE that are being conducted here outside the laws of this country. We must rise to this horrendous occasion and speak up for families and workers. I grew up seeing the workers in the fields laboring to bring food to our table. They should be appreciated and celebrated, not targeted and terrorized. They do not deserve this. I shudder to think what kind of an example this is for the kids growing up here now. They study the Constitution and see the very things they study being ignored, like due process. I hope the City Council will do what is right. We need to know our city leaders stand in solidarity with the people who are vulnerable right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
After Sharon Razzie and Alondra Mendoza will be Lynn, Dines.
You want to move
Hello?
that down just a little bit, Sharon? That you can, yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sharon Mead Racy. I was born in Ventura, raised in Moore Park, so I have spent most of my entire life in Ventura County, 64 of those years living in this beautiful town. Our country, our state, our county, and our city have given all of us tremendous opportunities to prosper. These gifts deserve to be defended and shared with people who are working hard to make all of our lives better. I am here to encourage the City of Camarillo City Council to issue a proclamation condemning the raids by ICE that are rounding up hardworking and critical workers in our area and elsewhere. Industries and the economy are suffering from these draconian actions. People are being hauled off by masked men with guns. It is leaving the children distraught and terrified. Can any of us imagine what that would be like? This is the time to speak up. If not now, when? When tanks are rolling through the streets? In this, the country that we all love? It is not that far-fetched to imagine it. This is not the America that we have all been raised to believe in. It is our patriotic duty and obligation to defend the Constitution and due process. When we see it being ignored, we must raise our voices and bear witness. I hope the council will do what is right. As has been said, history has its eyes on us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, Mayor Kildee and City Council members. My name is Alondra Mendoza. I am a community advocate with Mixteco Indigena Community Organizing Project. I am a member of the New Savvy Mixtec Indigenous community, and I am here to ask for your support to end all collaboration with ICE in the city of Camarillo. Farm workers are being targeted across the county as harsh immigration policies tear families apart. On June 10th, 2025, ICE agents surrounded farm workers in the lemon, tomato, and strawberry fields on Laguna Road and Las Posas Road here in Camarillo. Many were terrified at the thought of being separated from their families, especially their children. Some are single mothers, the only caregivers their children have. Now they live in fear, afraid to go to work, shop for groceries, or even visit the park. Now they live in fear, afraid to, families also face huge challenges trying to understand what happens to someone who is detained. Language barriers and confusing systems make it hard to get information or help. One family experienced this firsthand. When a father with no criminal record was taken and deported by ICE, he was surrounded by officers while in his car and arrested while picking up his work tools. His young daughter is still hurting, holding to pictures and videos of her dad being taken. The family is now left to deal with this heartbreaking situation alone. Farm workers feed our communities every single day. Their safety and well-being should matter to all of us. We ask for your support in urging the Ventura County Sheriff's Office to keep the peace during ICE arrests, not to act against local residents. We call on Sheriff Freihoff to set clear rules to deputies who respond to immigration enforcement, including keeping the public safe and calming tense situations, confirming who the arresting agents are, using body cameras if federal agents won't share information. We strongly ask for your support in creating a legal defense fund to help families impacted by immigration actions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
And after Lynn, it will be Gloria Mealy, I believe it is, and Joanne Center.
Good evening.
Evening.
My name is Lynn Dines, and I've been a resident of Camarillo for the past 35 years. While that seems like a long time, I know that there are many residents, including many immigrants, who have lived here as long, if not longer, than I have. In fact, immigrants have been a part of the fabric of Camarillo and Ventura County for many, many generations. They live quiet lives, going to work, raising their children, caring for the rest of us in so many ways. We rely on them to put food on our tables, build our homes, care for our yards and our family members. We routinely welcome them into our homes because we trust them. And yet, we allow federal agents and hired bullies to terrorize them, often without regard, often without regard to their immigration status. Grown men hiding behind masks and treating others so badly that they are unwilling to show their faces in public. We aren't even sure if they are federal agents. And these bullies are not chasing violent criminals. They are chasing hardworking people in the fields, snatching them off the streets, grabbing them in parking lots and schoolyards, separating them from their family members in broad daylight, and taking them away from their homes and families, often without due process. We can argue about the merits of deporting undocumented immigrants and the impact it will have on our community and our economy. We can agree that no one wants criminals to roam the streets of our city, but I challenge anyone to defend the manner in which these activities are being carried out. This is cruelty for cruelty's sake. It is intended to frighten people, and it is working. This morning, my husband and I took a walk around our neighborhood, which is usually bustling, and it was eerily quiet, where there are often sounds from construction crews and gardeners. On almost every street, there were virtually none. It was unnerving, and I fear a sign of things to come. People are afraid to go to their jobs, to take their kids to school, to shop for groceries. We have to ask ourselves, what happens when the grocery shelves are bare? What happens when our economy starts to collapse on itself? And what is the real purpose of this fear-mongering? It's time for us to stand up as a community and demand an end to the Gestapo-style tactics spreading through our Southern California communities. And we ask you, as our city leaders, together with our police, to stand up to the bullies and say that this behavior will not be tolerated in our city.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and after Gloria and Joanne will be Kathy. I think it's supposed to be long, but it looks like L-O-N-E.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Gloria Mealy, part of a family that has lived in Camarillo for 60 years. I'm here today because I'm worried that our beautiful community and all the people in it are being traumatized by federal agents. We're already hearing it. I really don't have to tell you. I'll just remind you. We've already heard that we need you all to do something to keep this dangerous activity of ICE off of our streets. I am worried about the fear, trauma, and chaos. Unmarked vehicles speeding without license plates. I didn't know about the trading license plates. We're learning these things every day. Masked, unidentified, armed groups of men jumping out of cars, tackling, kidnapping, assaulting people. How do we know? We do know who are the bad guys, but it's very hard to tell. When will an innocent bystander be hit by a car, caught in some crossfire, be another victim of mistaken identity? I am worried that we are eroding our faith in law enforcement. I've heard it many times already. We've seen Camarillo PD and VC Sheriff providing ICE escorts and staging. This erodes public trust. It is already eroding public trust and preventing people from calling for emergencies. We've heard it already tonight. And I am terrified for women who are being kidnapped and trafficked because we are allowing armed, masked men to grab them off the street and disappear them from their families. These arbitrary, violent, and cruel abductions could happen to any one of us. And I am deeply worried for our children. Much of my career working in mental health has been understanding and treating trauma. Kids who witness these kinds of traumas can suffer significant impacts in the short and long term, like those kids who were left behind in the family truck after watching their dad being snatched away by ICE at the gas station. Adverse childhood experiences like that cause a host of serious mental and physical health problems immediately and into adulthood. We're setting the stage for a very painful future for our children. But in closing, I want to thank you, Mayor Kildee, and Council Members Santangelo and Martinez Bravo for signing on to stand in solidarity with Ventura County. Your commitment and voice are greatly appreciated and heard loud and clear. You've heard some great ideas today about what you all can do to support our community and stop this terror. So what actions will you take? We're looking forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening, council members. My name is Joanne Center. I've lived in Camarillo for 13 years, and I've been a librarian in Oxnard for the past 18 years, working and helping people from a variety of backgrounds, including those of undocumented status. Today is my 43rd birthday. I mention this because nearly half my life, ICE as an agency didn't exist. It was only founded in 2003 in the wake of the terror attacks as an excuse to crack down on those who are different. Today, legislation has passed giving ICE a larger budget than even our own Marines. And rather than a foreign enemy or even a domestic one, it is being utilized as a terror organization in itself, one which seeks to cause pain and suffering for all immigrants, regardless of whether they did things the right way or not. Not content to find undocumented immigrants, this agency has kidnapped citizens and legal residents indiscriminately, and it will only get worse. My great-grandparents didn't do things the right way because there was no right way back then. Facing the pogroms of Eastern Europe, discrimination because they were Jews, threats and acts of violence, they gathered all the money they could and came on a boat to Ellis Island, and after some time became citizens. I think many white people in this room today may have come to this country in similar circumstances. It's unconscionable to me that our government should use money to round up people based on skin color or nationality. Never again is now. Perhaps we cannot stop what the federal government has ordered, but we must not aid them in their efforts. ICE has no place in our community, and local law enforcement has no place protecting ICE officers, assisting them, and failing to respond to residents who call police for help when confronted with masked armed men who fail to show any identification whatsoever. Other areas have passed laws banning the use of non-medical masks for all law enforcement officers, barring the use of city facilities for staging areas. This council must respond to these illegal terrorist actions and work to prevent more Camarillo families being victims of terror.
Thank you.
Okay, after Kathy Long will be Victor Solis and Jack Ito.
Need a deep breath? Anyone? Exactly. You're all amazing. It's just been powerful comments made tonight, and Mr. Mayor, council members, I appreciate being here with you to hear your citizens and the citizens of this county raise their voices, to be heard, to express their anger, their frustration, their fear. We're living in terrible times. We're living in fearful times. I appreciate Mayor Kildee and Dr. Martinez Bravo. And I had an opportunity to listen to the YouTube message that was the gathering of the press conference that was held, where there was a uniting, a solidarity of many elected officials across the county who came together on the 27th and spoke to the issues that you're hearing about tonight. And what they spoke to in solidarity was, this is unacceptable, what is going on in our county, what is going on in our country, what is going on in our state. And what was powerful about them coming together was that so many of them, in stepping forward, when they introduced themselves as an elected official, most of them said, and I came from a family, or I too was an immigrant. And they spoke to that because how important it was to say that, because our country, this city, came from immigrants. The city was founded by immigrants. And the importance of us honoring that, respecting that, and knowing that for us to go forward and be able to sleep at night, to be able to be proud of who we are, we have to respect and appreciate where we come from and how we honor the people who live in this city and live in this state and live in this country. Asking what can you do? Let me go back to that press conference. Bruce Stensley, who is the CEO of the Economic Development Collaborative, I thought presented some very important statistics about the value of immigrants in this country. And one of them was that 40% of small businesses are founded by immigrants, and successfully founded and make such a difference. When we talk about how we value economic vitality, how we all work so hard for small businesses and how important they are in our communities. And they're founded by immigrants, successfully so. And that's another piece of what we value. And when we go to our neighborhood retailers, when we go to our cleaners, our grocery stores, our neighborhood mom and pop stores. And that's a piece that we should all, again, remember when we're in our communities, that oftentimes, and I know we know that in Camarillo because my neighbors came from another country. They started their retail stores. That's what we have to remember and value and respect and honor when we're talking about.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I know it goes by, doesn't it? Yeah, I know. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Victor Solis, Jack Ito, and Mary Kennedy. Is Victor here? No, Victor? He's coming? Okay.
There he is.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Victor Solis. I'm a U.S. citizen. I was born in LA County. My father is a U.S. citizen. He was born in San Antonio. My mother is a naturalized citizen. She was born in El Salvador. And I'm a student at Cal State University Northridge. My sister has been a loyal employee of the Department of Interior. She works here in Camarillo. She's been here for over 10 years. And we have a lovely nephew. I would love to have more conversations about the safety of Camarillo, but I'm not able to do that. I'm here speaking on behalf of the organization that I work with, 5051, 50 states, 50 protests, one movement. We have chapters all over the US, DC, Puerto Rico, and we've been staunch defenders of these fine groups, volunteers of the Rapid Response Networks, all the folks in Orange. We're happy to be here in solidarity with them. 805 and DocuFund, 805 Immigrant Coalition, Buen Vecino, VC Defensa. These folks put themselves on the line. They are the rapid response because they are patrolling Camarillo and cities in Ventura County. They are watching for public safety. I now have to wear this body camera, even though I'm a citizen, but I have certain pigmentation in my skin that makes me racially profiled. And I'll tell you a couple of stories that we've had here from Camarillo. I've had the privilege of observing with some of our volunteers the masked men that leave in their vehicles, often without license plates, often speeding out of 321 Cortez Circle. That is known as the Hole by many of these groups. It's difficult to fathom that my sister, who is working for the federal government, working on wind turbines for clean energy, but only a few miles away, we have this hole where these masked men who have come out recently to accost the husband of Amy, who spoke here bravely about 30 minutes ago, and that just happened over the weekend. I'll tell you a brief story. When I was observing ICE at the Ventura County Government Center, the annex jail, they enjoy their tactic of rearresting people who are released from jail there. And that's where I observed. We had many witnesses of the volunteer of 805 on DocuFund who was assaulted, battered, pushed to the ground by these masked men who failed to identify themselves. And as one woman proudly said, and with bravery, that this is the beginning. So I ask those of you, what are you doing for this city? Your names and photos are above these words, which are in Spanish right outside the front door. Thank you for looking out for the safety of your city.
Thank you. Next, please.
Okay, next is Jack Ito, okay, and Mary Kennedy and Kay Ito.
Hello, City Council. My name is Jack Ito. Camarillo, not to mention this country as a whole, is in a moral crisis. We have recently seen a significant increase in the activity of ICE and its affiliates, such as Homeland Security and Customs and Border Patrol, as well as a massive increase in their brutality, appearing anywhere and everywhere with unidentified and heavily armed agents, or those impersonating them, jumping out to brutally assault and kidnap anyone they believe is a so-called illegal. This is even happening here in Camarillo, and the fear and anger are especially prevalent in one area where ICE has a field office, as mentioned earlier tonight. Trust in our local police and sheriff departments is lower than ever, as documented evidence of law enforcement assisting or protecting ICE in their operations continues to surface. The higher levels of government refuse to listen to the voices of the people, so now we turn to you to address this crisis. We, the people, do not ask, but demand that the city of Camarillo refuse to cooperate with ICE and ideally ban them from our communities, as well as actively protect our immigrant neighbors. This is the bare minimum you can do. And as you can see, the majority of your constituents want this. In my opinion, liberal politicians of the last decade have been severely lacking in backbone, a willingness to stand up for their ideals, even to their own detriment. I hope all of you will show some backbone going forward. We are entering a dangerous period of history for this country and the world. If nothing is done to remedy the situation, the people's dissatisfaction will reach a climax sooner or later. And after every legitimate avenue of action has failed, we're all thinking this, the people will surely choose those avenues that are not legitimate. And the first step in preventing that is earning the people's trust. The world won't change for the better unless we are able to trust each other. It is your job to restore that trust. Lastly, I adhere to the idea that one should live by the rules that they have set for themselves. One rule that I have set for myself long ago is to be a morally good person on the right side of history. I will be damned if I let Nazism be resurrected in my lifetime. So we ask you, the City Council, to at least do the bare minimum.
Thank you.
Okay, then Mary Kennedy, and then Kay Ito, and then we'll have Jorge, I'm going to say the last name wrong, Daniel, who's going to have a Spanish interpreter.
Good evening, and thank you for taking the time to listen to public comments this evening. My name is Mary Kennedy. I would like to remind each of you that from the first day that you decided you would run for office and you went to file papers at Ventura County, you all took an oath that swore to protect and defend our Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the threat is inside the House. I'm calling upon you now to protect us from this tremendous domestic threat, which is already present here in our city. There is nothing I can do to add to the eloquence of those who have described in detail the crimes that are being committed right here on a daily basis. I will say to you this, I like never to raise a problem unless I can offer a solution, and I would like to propose one today. We heard earlier this evening about a lawsuit filed by the city of Los Angeles in federal court to attempt to take some action against this, and I would ask this evening that you direct the city attorney to study that lawsuit and to join in it as another party. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
And after Kay and Jorge will be Elise Swartz.
My name is Kay Wolverton Ito. I have been a resident of Camarillo for over 20 years, and I'm married into an immigrant farming family. I want to add my voice to the many others calling for action from the council in the face of brazen abductions perpetrated by masked or otherwise unidentifiable people. Fear and intimidation have no place in our city or anywhere in a democracy. There is a process for legitimate ICE or DHS personnel when taking individuals into custody, but the protocols are not being followed and due process is being ignored. Because this is happening nationwide and coordination is purportedly at the federal level, each community must respond to this injustice. I know this isn't what you signed up for when you were elected to the council, but circumstances have changed dramatically and our electeds must weigh in. I implore you to take an unequivocal stance against this terrorism. Our local law enforcement is here to protect all citizens and should not be aiding these abductors in any way. VCSO contracts with Camarillo and should continue to be held to the highest standards of lawful and transparent conduct. I'm wearing my I Love Camarillo pin, which I know a lot of you have, which I am still proud to wear, due in part to your service. Please exercise your leadership to ensure safety for all in our community.
Thank you. Next.
Okay, so we're going to have Jorge, and then he's going to be interpreted. So what I'll be doing is I'm going to rotate the timer twice.
Yeah, you can.
Buenas tardes. Dije buenas tardes en Mixteco.
Good evening. I said good evening in my language, which is Mixteco.
Mi nombre es Jorge Toledano Ortiz, supervisor de organizadores comunitarios con el proyecto Mixteco Indígena.
My name is Jorge Toledano, and I am the supervisor of community organizers at the Mixteco Indígena Community Organizing Project, or MICOP.
Estoy aquí como residente miembro de la comunidad indígena para solicitar su apoyo para poner fin a toda la colaboración con servicios de inmigración y control de aduanas, ICE, hacia la comunidad.
I'm here as a member of the indigenous community here in Ventura County, and I'm here to request your support in ending collaboration with ICE here in the city of Camarillo.
Ver a mi comunidad perseguida como criminales me parte el corazón.
To see my community persecuted as criminals breaks my heart.
No pensé que trabajar honradamente fuese un delito.
I didn't think working hard was a crime.
No pensé que trabajar y hacer grande este gran condado, estado y país fuese un delito.
I didn't think working hard to make this county, this state, or this country was also a crime.
Mientras que los verdaderos delincuentes están sueltos.
Otra vez, Jorge.
Mientras que los verdaderos delincuentes están sueltos o hacemos tratos con ellos.
No entendí.
Mientras que los, bueno, está bien. Solicitamos apoyo para ordenar a la oficina del sheriff que ya no participe con ICE.
We request that you order the sheriff's office to end their collaboration with ICE.
Hemos visto en nuestra comunidad grabando videos que ICE y el sheriff se unen en un lugar y se suben juntos y se van a arrestar o a secuestrar a nuestra comunidad.
We've seen videos on social media of ICE and sheriff meeting at certain places.
Y queremos solicitar a ustedes que hagan leyes más fuertes.
And we want to request that you put into practice policies that are stronger.
Y que también haya un fondo para apoyar a estas familias que están siendo arrestadas.
And that you also create a fund for families that have been impacted by ICE.
Hay que hacer que lo que dice ahí, hay que proteger a nuestra comunidad.
You have to do what it says in your city model to protect our community. The people are the city.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And after Elise Swartz is Melissa Munoz and Mel Espinosa.
Good evening, Mayor Kildee and honorable council members. My name is Elise Swartz, and I'm a recent graduate of Rancho Campana High School, an incoming freshman at UC Berkeley, and a youth leader with Sea Frog's Environmental Voices Academy. As a lifelong resident of Camarillo, I have seen the environmental devastation in our community increasing throughout my lifetime, and I feel the responsibility to speak up about these issues facing our community today. I remember celebrating Earth Day at my school when I was younger, and we were told to recycle to reduce waste and to walk or bike to school to reduce harmful emissions. At the time, I thought this was all there was to saving the Earth. These simple practices are great to teach little kids, but we're not little kids anymore, and we need to do more. We need to acknowledge that climate change is a severe and systemic issue threatening our public health and our planet, and this requires immediate climate action. Our community of Ventura County has been ravaged by oil and gas extraction and has faced a legacy of devastating consequences of that industry in high rates of asthma, low birth weights, cancer, air pollution, and deadly wildfires. For the past 3 years, I have been involved in the Environmental Voices Academy, a program for high school and college-age students passionate about climate justice and advocacy. I am here tonight not only because these issues of climate change and the environmental and public health consequences are important to me, but because it is important to many young people in our community, including my peers who are joining me tonight from the Environmental Voices Academy. The Camarillo City Council's own goals and objectives for 2024 to 2025 state a clear intention to continue opportunities to engage youth regarding issues that concern them and to, quote, continue to create opportunities for Camarillo youth to be engaged in city partnership for civic engagement and learning opportunities. I ask you to listen to the voices of the youth here today, and I respectfully urge the Camarillo City Council to uphold your commitment to increased youth engagement by agendizing a fossil fuel phase-out and polluters pay resolution. Thank you for your time. Also, I want to just add that I stand in solidarity with everyone here opposing the ICE raids. Thank you.
Thank you.
And this, it should be Mel Espinoza, and then Melissa Munoz, then Mel Espinoza, then Evelyn Sang, I think is how you pronounce it.
Good evening, Mayor Kildee and City Council members. My name is Melissa Munoz. I am a youth leader with Climate First, Replacing Oil and Gas, better known as CFROG, a student at Oxnard College, and a resident of Camarillo living in Mayor Kildee's district. My comment today is regarding the proposal of a fossil fuel phase-out in Camarillo, as well as getting this matter agendized, along with the support from the City Council on the Polluters Pay Climate Superfund Act of 2025, or SB 684, AB 1243. We are just months out of the recent fires that devastated the heart of Camarillo hillside, along with 3 other surrounding cities. Just to refresh our memory, the mountain fires burned 20,000 plus acres of land, taking homes, structures along, and most devastatingly, lives were lost. It is no surprise that our climate patterns are becoming increasingly alarming and unpredictable. Let us think back to the heartbreaking catastrophes our neighbors in LA endured earlier this year. During the mountain fires, I was one of the lucky ones. I vividly remember seeing the flames from my kitchen window and upstairs from my bedroom balcony, even more clear. And although my home was not considered close enough to need to evacuate, we were on a warning and on standby to abandon our beloved home. No one should ever have to face that kind of fear. However, 14,000 and some families did need to evacuate their homes all throughout Ventura County. And after the fires, many people needed to start from scratch and mourn the losses they suffered. The reality is disasters like this will keep happening because we are overheating as a county. Ventura County is the fastest heating county in the lower United States due to pollution and the excessively dangerous operations of oil and gas production. Ventura County is the 3rd largest oil and gas producer in the state, but at what cost to our health, our safety, and financial security? These climate-related disasters are costly to local governments such as Camarillo's, and in this case, also to taxpayers. Families who have already had to lose so much should not be footing the bill for the mess of the irresponsible oil industry tyrants further progressing this. By supporting the passage of the Polluter Pays Climate Superfund Act, Camarillo would likely see much needed funding for efforts such as home hardening, first responder and community preparedness, resilient schools, green job development, and so much more. This is why today I'm here to urge you, our elected officials, to take a stand for our city and the health of your constituents, and support a fossil fuel phase-out resolution in Camarillo, and support the Polluters Pay Climate Superfund Act. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Mel Espinoza, Evelyn Sang, and Terry Lynn.
Good evening, Mayor Kildee and distinguished council members. My name is Mel Espinoza. I was born and raised in Ventura County and currently reside in Moore Park. I have been advocating for climate justice for the past 6 years. I'm here in solidarity with Climate First, Replacing Oil and Gas, to urge the Camarillo City Council to agendize the fossil fuel phase-out and polluters pay resolution and uphold the city's commitment to youth engagement in local government. Over the years, I've advocated for phase-out of oil and gas production from the city of Los Angeles to the capital in Sacramento, and now here today in Camarillo. I've heard hundreds of stories, and every one of them has motivated me to continue to speak up despite pushback. Although I do not reside in Camarillo, I am aware of how climate change and pollution affect our health, especially those on the front lines who are close to polluter sites. These issues are not confined to city limits. Studies show that oil development near communities can contribute to health concerns such as headaches, upper respiratory illness, nausea, nosebleeds, and a possible increase in cancer. My grandfather was diagnosed with cancer just this last month. He lives with me, and each day I'm concerned about the air he is breathing when he is gardening outside to keep himself in good spirits and active despite undergoing radiation treatment. We live within half a mile from active oil drilling and experience frequent headaches, nosebleeds, and respiratory problems. Extreme heat is also a factor. It is getting hotter and hotter. Those on the front lines, one being farm workers, have to work in extreme heat conditions and inhale smoke during fires. We have lost farmers and outdoor oil workers due to the climate crisis. Oscar Pimentel and Charles Lee tragically lost their lives during extreme heat conditions. They are not only being affected by the climate, but they're also being targeted due to their immigration status. With the heavy presence of federal agents in the city and throughout the state, they are risking their lives on and off the fields. I'm an organizer with One Vecino. I've heard stories of those living in fear. I am a child and grandchild of immigrants. Something must be done to protect them from the threats of fossil fuels, climate impacts, and attacks from the federal administration. My hope for today is that Camarillo City Council agendizes the resolution and joins in on urging fellow council members from other cities, senators, and legislators to ensure a healthy future for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Camarillo City Council and Mayor Kildee. My name is Evelyn Sang, and I am a UCSB student and a youth leader with the local nonprofit CFrog. I'm here to respectfully ask you to agendize the Fossil Fuel Phase Out and Polluters Pay Resolution Act and uphold your commitment to youth engagement with the local government. As a student studying environmental studies and climate science, I know what the data says. Ventura County is the fastest warming county in the continental US, meaning that we face the ever-increasing impacts of climate change before the rest of the country. Because of this, we need to take meaningful action to protect, prepare, and respond to the inevitable public health and safety impacts that our community will face beyond the environmental and economic effects of pollution. These concerns especially affect those in frontline communities. In Ventura County alone, over 60,000 residents live within 3,200 feet of an oil or gas well, exposing them to greater public health risks such as asthma, severe headaches, leukemia, birth defects, cardiac problems, and infectious diseases. Beyond this, these public health risks are an even greater threat to young people who have developing lungs and breathe in more air pollution per pound of body weight. These public health impacts are not abstract or impending. They are affecting our communities right now. My roommate and close friend Zenny has grown up in this county and is just one of thousands who lives with asthma and faces exacerbated symptoms due to high levels of pollution she grew up exposed to. According to the California Department of Public Health, Ventura County youth ages 0 to 17 rank among the highest levels of diagnosed asthma across the state. Out of all the things we could be ranked highest for, I want to ask, is this what we want? How can we protect public health, and how can we protect our future if we let this continue? We are tired of being manipulated, exploited, and financially burdened by an industry that will stop at nothing in their pursuit of profit. These companies have known about the harms that their products cause since as early as the 1950s and have spent millions misleading and misinforming the public so that they continue lining their pockets at the expense of our safety, our health, and our environment. The fossil fuel industry is largely responsible for the crisis that we are seeing unfold today, and we've all learned in elementary school was this: if you're responsible for making a mess, you're responsible for cleaning it up. As a young person who has lived my whole life on the West Coast and now studies Earth systems and climate science at what is considered one of the first established and most successful program in the world, I can say with certainty what's happening in the environment is not normal. Our generation is doing all we can to protect our futures from a fossil-fueled climate crisis, and we are inviting you to join us by agendizing and ultimately passing our fossil fuel phase-out and polluters pay resolution. Thank you for your time and leadership.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Terry Lynn, Rose Watson, and then Veronica Prado.
Good evening.
Evening.
My name is Terry Lynn. I'm a current resident of Camarillo. I am a retired teacher. I'm here today because I am concerned about my community's well-being and safety. Ever since the current U.S. administration took office, an imaginary threat and crisis has been created. Lies have been told about the immigrant communities, and now these lies are supported by ICE. ICE comes in our community and creates lies of threats of dangerous immigrants lurking, when in fact, there are none. There are only hardworking, loving, family-oriented people here. ICE comes in masks, unidentifiable. There are also staging stations allowed in Camarillo, where it is not allowed in Oxnard and Ventura. I am here today to urge the City Council of Camarillo to pass a city ordinance requiring visible identification for all law enforcement operating in our city, including federal agents. Ban local police from cooperating with ICE operations, especially those happening without warrants or clear legal justification. I also urge you work with schools, universities, and hospitals to strengthen local sanctuary policies and rapid response systems when federal agents show up. And pass an ordinance that bans ICE staging in Camarillo. I sincerely hope you'll lead on this and protect our community. Thank you. And as the Camarillo motto is, las personas son la ciudad. Gracias.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Rose Watson, Veronica Prado, and Genevieve Morrow.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you for listening and giving us the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm very concerned about, I'm a new resident to Camarillo, and I'm very concerned about what I've been seeing and hearing about what's been going on in the community to people that look like me predominantly, because I'm, a multiracial, I'm a person of color. I'm the kind of person that could just be picked up off the street, even though I am a citizen of the United States, although that should not matter, because all of us deserve to be treated with dignity and respect and kindness. Many people in the community create the beauty of this community by presenting with, like people mentioned, the small business services, people working in the hospitals, people that I see when I walk in my neighborhood smiling back at me. And I just hate to think that because I was born in this body, that for some reason I don't deserve to be treated with that same kindness and respect. That devastates me, honestly, and it hurts me to see countless, every day there's a new documented event of somebody, the violence, just the extreme violence, multiple people on top of one person, not letting them speak, not letting them even, it's out of control. It's out of control. And I know that we all could do something to change that. And I know that you, with your power, I really hope that you can do something to change that and keep ICE away from our community members, and because they're not treating people kindly. They're not treating people like people. And that is not acceptable. So I urge you to please do whatever you can to protect the members of this community, and whatever, we're here tonight to support that too. What you need from me, I will do it, but I need your support to do what is necessary to keep people safe, the children safe in the community, so they don't have to be heartbroken or scared. That many people like me, I work from home, and I feel that's convenient because I don't have to go outside. And that's just not, no one should have to live thinking, oh, that's great that I work from home, I don't have to leave my house. Because if I leave my house, I'm not sure if I'll be taken away to a detention center where I'm not given food or water.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next is Veronica Prado, which is, she's going to be using an interpreter, so we'll be rotating it twice.
Buenas tardes a todos los presentes, alcalde Kilde y concejales.
Good evening, everyone present, Mayor Kilty and council members.
Mi nombre es Verónica Hernández, soy organizadora y pertenezco a la organización comunitaria Proyecto Mixteco Indígena MICO, pero también madre y trabajadora en el área de la agricultura.
My name is Veronica Hernandez. I am a community organizer with MyCOP, And I'm also a mother, and I'm also a farm worker.
Estoy aquí como residente del Condado de Ventura y miembro de la comunidad indígena para solicitar su apoyo respetuosamente para poner fin a toda colaboración con el Servicio de Inmigración y Control de Aduanas ICE en la ciudad de Oxnard y Camarillo.
I'm here today as a resident of Ventura County, as a member of the indigenous community, to request your support in ending collaboration with ICE in the city of Camarillo and Oxnard.
Tenemos casos de familias que son arrestados por ICE usando la violencia con agresiones severas donde se sabe que los derechos humanos están siendo violados durante los arrestos de ICE.
We have cases of families that are arrested by ICE where ICE is using violent tactics and severe aggression, where we know that human rights are being violated during these arrests.
Ya no tienen respeto por nuestra comunidad en general.
They don't have respect for our community in general.
Incluso hijos de padres arrestados sufren por estas separaciones tan críticas, ya que solo dependen de ellos.
We have children whose parents who have been arrested, and they're suffering from these separations because they critically depend on their parents.
Las familias son afectadas emocionalmente, físicamente y más que nada en todos los sentidos.
Our families are being affected emotionally, physically, and in every sense of the word.
Tenemos familias que trabajan en diferentes industrias. Hay arrestos que son inhumanos y alarmantes para nuestra comunidad trabajadora.
We have families who work in different industries, and the arrests are inhumane. They are alarming for our community, our working community.
Ya que es la más vulnerable, específicamente en el área de la agricultura.
And especially our agriculture community is the most vulnerable.
Tienen miedo a ir en su área laboral por miedo a que sean arrestados por ICE.
They have fear of going to their workplaces because they fear that they're going to be arrested by ICE.
Ya que ICE no solo se dirige a personas con un récord criminal, sino que también se dirigen contra la gente estadounidense y amenazan las industrias de trabajo.
And we've seen that ICE is not only going after those that have criminal records, they're going after U.S. citizens, and they're threatening other industries without thinking about the consequences.
Okay. Sin pensar en las consecuencias políticas, económicas y sociales que provocan.
They are not thinking about the consequences politically or economically or socially.
En muchos casos que pueden surgir nuevos bolsones de pobreza.
And in many cases, there could be new issues of poverty.
Aumento de discriminación y como lo dijo una niña de un padrastro arrestado por ICE sin ningún récord criminal.
And as one daughter of a father who was arrested by ICE without a criminal record.
La niña llorando el por qué arrestar, preguntándose a sí misma por qué arrestaron a su papá.
The daughter was crying, why did they arrest her father?
Si él no hace cosas malas,
he has not done any bad things.
Él se gana el dinero trabajando honradamente.
He honorably works to earn his money.
Y no solo a él,
and not just him,
sino a la mayoría de nuestra comunidad
migrante
indígena.
But the majority of our indigenous migrant community does this. They work honorably.
Ellos pagan sus impuestos y colaboran en la sociedad como todos.
They pay their taxes, they contribute to society.
La niña, dirigiéndose a su madre, le dijo, no todos somos criminales.
The daughter said to her mother, we are not all criminals.
Como lo dice el presidente.
Like the president likes to say.
Por esa razón y muchas más.
For this reason and many more.
Solicitamos su apoyo para ordenar a la oficina del sheriff del condado de Ventura.
We ask that you order the sheriff's department.
Que garantice que sus agentes se centren en mantener la seguridad.
That they guarantee that their agents maintain peace during ICE arrests.
Y reducir la tensión.
And that they reduce tensions during these interactions.
Como al mismo tiempo mantener la paz. Durante los arrestos y enfrentamientos de ICE, en lugar de ser utilizados contra residentes
and instead of being used against residents and
y ciudadanos.
And citizens.
Los agentes federales casi siempre están enmascarados.
The federal agents are usually wearing masks.
Están deteniendo a personas y separando familias.
They're detaining people and separating families.
Los agentes locales no deberían colaborar con estas acciones.
And our local agents should not be collaborating in these actions.
Verificar la identidad de quienes realizan arrestos.
And our local sheriff should be really verifying the identity of these ICE agents.
Grabar las interacciones con cámaras corporales si los agentes federales se niegan a cooperar.
And they really need to be recording these interactions with body cameras, especially if the ICE agents are refusing to cooperate.
Y como persona, ser humano, solicitamos urgentemente apoyo para un fondo de defensa legal que brinde asistencia legal esencial a las familias afectadas por las medidas de control migratorio.
Okay, if you could wrap it
Gracias.
up with this, I'd appreciate it.
And
Try and
as
be
one-
fair to everybody.
And as
Thank
one
you.
human to another, I really urge you to launch a legal defense fund for those who've been affected by ICE.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now we have Genevieve Morrow, and then after it will be James Donlin and Joseph Alfaro.
Is it Flores Haro?
I'm sorry, what?
What's the last name?
Genevieve Morrow? No? Oh, James Donlin and Joseph Alfaro?
Okay.
It's with a G.
You holding in okay? Do you want me to give you 5?
Is there a Morrow? Are you Morrow?
Let me know. Give you 5.
No, no, is this Morrow? Okay, well, James Donlin?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Mr. Tremblay.
I appreciate everybody testifying. I want to be able to listen to everybody carefully, but I also would respectfully ask that we take a 5-minute break and come back in 5 minutes.
Okay, yeah. Without objection, we'll be back in 5 minutes. If everybody could just hang in there. Thank you. Reconvene the meeting. The gentleman is here.
Are we ready?
Proceed, please.
Hi, I'm James Donlin. You might remember me from the past. I have deep roots here in Camarillo. I moved here in 1951 when I was 3 from Oxnard Beach. I was born in Oxnard. I'm related to Adolfo Camarillo by marriage. One of my great uncles married one of his daughters. And I'm really disturbed by what's happening in our city and of course in the nation with the ICE. It's ironic that, this city was founded by a Latino man. And I come from ranching families. There's several Donlin roads in this county. And I know that the Latino and indigenous workers were the backbone of this county for decades. And I mean, over 100 years, and some of them were here before we were here. So it's very disturbing to me to see people who I grew up with, and I know their value, being treated as inhuman with unconstitutional actions. I didn't plan on speaking tonight, but it's very disturbing to me, especially in this great town that with all its values. So I urge you to not to collaborate with the ICE and find some ways to, there's been lots of good ideas tonight to look at in terms of how to go forward. But I do want to end on a positive note. I'd like to thank you. I live under the flight pattern in Old Town Camarillo, and I appreciate your efforts, and there seems to be progress made in that respect, and I hope that we'll have a healthier skies, especially in Old Town in the future, so I appreciate that. But yeah, it's very disturbing what ICE is doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Okay, I figured out one name that, yes, come on down. And after she speaks will be Joseph Alfaro and Wendy Rubio.
Buenas noches, alcalde y miembros del concejal. Mi nombre es Genoveva Flores Jaro. Yo soy la directora asociada de MyCop, la organización comunitaria Proyecto Mixteco Indígena. Soy uno de los cofundadores de 805 Undercrossing y también tengo el honor de ser la presidenta de la mesa directiva del Distrito Escolar de Preparatorias de Oxnard Union, representando el Área 4, que incluye varios vecindarios de Camarillo, cerca del aeropuerto y los campos agrícolas, donde hemos visto un aumento en la actividad de ICE. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Genevieve Flores Jaro. I serve as the Associate Director of MyCop, the Mixteco Indígena Community Organizing Project. I'm one of the co-founders of 805 Undercrossing, and I'm also the proud board president of the Oxnard Union High School District, representing Trustee Area 4, which represents several Camarillo neighborhoods near the airport and including the fields which have witnessed increased ICE activity. I'm a lifelong Ventura County resident, and I urge you, as many of our folks here tonight have, to end all collaboration with ICE in Camarillo. For months, we've witnessed ICE agents terrorize our farmworker communities, pulling parents from children, tearing families apart. At MyCop, we hear these stories daily. Fathers detained without warning, mothers disappeared into a system designed to dehumanize. I myself sat in front of that 12-year-old boy that Trustee Sher mentioned earlier today. I searched for words to comfort him. But what could you possibly say to a child whose world has been shattered? You yourselves have children and grandchildren, I assume. What would you tell them? The cruelty is the point, but we don't have to participate in it. We ask for you to direct the sheriff's office that you contract with as a municipal city to stand on the side of public safety, not fear. Deputies must not be used as backup for ICE. Instead, they should reduce tensions, verify the identities of masked agents making arrests, and ensure encounters are recorded on body cameras. We call you to support a legal defense fund for families impacted by immigration enforcement. The first 24 to 48 hours after detention are critical in connecting with legal representation. And often, it is the difference between being able to fight your case or an expedited deportation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, is there another one, Gary?
Joseph Alfaro, is he here? Okay, we'll go down to Wendy Rubio.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Wendy Rubio. I was born and raised in Los Angeles, California, and I've been living here in Camarillo for the past 5 years. I want to start off by saying that I've never felt this kind of heaviness and disgust watching what's been happening in our communities. ICE has been rolling through our streets like predators, targeting, harassing, and rounding up our people like they're less than human. And I'm saying this with my full chest. This is terror. These acts of violence against our neighbors, against our friends, against the very people who keep this city running every single day. I'm a US citizen, and I've carried this ever since I've heard about the raids, and it's made me super anxious. So imagine how our undocumented families feel every day waking up, not knowing if they'll make it home. People didn't come here to cause harm. They came here for a chance, for hope, for their kids. And what are we doing in return? We're punishing them for daring to dream. We're treating survival like it's a crime. Let me say this loud and clear. There are no immigrants on stolen land. I was raised by immigrants. I was raised around immigrants. Everything I am, my work ethic, my heart, my drive, was taught to me by people who had nothing and still showed up every day with dignity. They taught me how to love, how to respect, and how to hustle with pride. What they didn't teach me was how to hate, how to turn away from suffering, how to justify inhumanity. So if you support what's going on, if you think ICE belongs in our communities, you need to change the shoes you're walking in or go get a better prescription, because clearly you're not seeing what's happening right in front of you. To our community officials, we're demanding from you, please pass policies that bar ICE collaboration with local law enforcement, declare Camarillo as a sanctuary city in your actions, not in your words, provide legal resources, know your rights trainings, and public support to our undocumented families. You have the power to protect, so use it. And to my community, show up, speak out, and organize. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker we have is Juan Diaz, and after that will be Denise Sobulik, and then Blanca Ortega. Is Juan here? Yes.
Shkoban skundo na kumichinyon denyo kibiti tashabindo nya dendo chasondo nya kan skundo shindo nya mahnindo kundo hondo nya na kunchando na nyondo sku na yibina kan tundabi. Good evening, Mayor Kiley and City Council members. My name is Juan Carlos Diaz, a community advocate with the Mixteco Indígena Community Organizing Project, also known as MICOP. I am here today as a concerned resident of Ventura County and member of the Mixteco indigenous community to ask for your support to end all collaboration with ICE in the city of Camarillo. Recently, a young student was detained by ICE, a daughter of immigrant parents. She arrived in the United States as a child. Now she's detained. She fears deportation because she has no family in Mexico and she doesn't know her parents' hometown. When summer began, they started working at a vegetable packing plant here in Camarillo to help her parents pay rent, food, and other school expenses to continue her studies and career. The reality is that, like her, there are many young students who take advantage of the vacations to go work and have some money to survive in the United States. I want to mention that Camarillo has fields of crops around such as strawberries, blackberries, and other crops. Most of the families ICE is arresting are hardworking community. Now many Latinos, Hispanic, and indigenous farm workers are afraid to go to work. Some who are going to work don't know if they will ever return home and see their children. We ask for your support in directing the Ventura County Sheriff's Office to ensure its officers focuses on keeping the peace during ICE arrests and confrontations rather than being used against residents and citizens. We urge the sheriff to establish clear guidelines requiring the deputies dispatched to federal immigration enforcement incidents to maintain public safety, verify the identity of those making arrests, and record interactions using body-worn cameras if federal agents refuse to cooperate. We also urgently request for a legal defense fund to provide essential legal assistance for families affected by immigration enforcement status. Please support us. Thank you.
Thank you. Have another one?
Denise, and after Denise will be Blanca Ortega, and then Linda Piera, I think it is.
Good evening. Thank you for having us here tonight. Before I start my scripted response, I just want to say, wow, I am in awe of the turnout here tonight. I'm proud to be here. I'm proud to add my voice to this. I'm proud of my city for turning out like this. It's given me a little spark of hope where I haven't had much lately, and I'm hoping that our city council will keep that spark of hope alive by taking action on some of the proposals that have been put forth tonight. I have lived in Ventura County for 35 years, the last 30 years in Camarillo. Last week, I had an experience that brought home to me, an older white female with virtually no fear of interactions from ICE, the reality of ICE being in our community. I was driving from Camarillo to Oxnard through the Oxnard Plain, a drive I've done numerous times over the last 30 years. As I was driving, I had a full-size black SUV with fully tinted windows pass me in an unsafe manner. With so much news lately about ICE in our area, I had an immediate thought that was quite possibly, probably, an ICE vehicle. There were no sirens, no lights, no markings, so I could never be sure. And I hadn't heard about the license plate, so I didn't even look for license plate. But that's when it hit me. Wherever I have gone in this area, day or night, I have never been afraid. Now, however, with ICE roaming in our community, I am afraid. It's not just their driving that makes me uneasy. It's the fear of being in their path when they might make a stop with guns drawn. It is fear my daughter might have interactions with them while doing her job in the immigration arena. It's the fear I have of having their presence at the school where I work. It's the fear I feel when any of my students are absent for 2 days in a row. Have they or their parents been detained? Are they at home hiding in fear instead of being at school? I should not be happy or relieved to hear that a child is home due to illness, but at least then I know that they or their families are not in ICE custody. ICE presence in our community has not made me feel safer or more secure. In fact, it has done the opposite. It makes me feel less safe and less secure. They are not helping our community, and their presence should not be tolerated by local governments and local law enforcement agencies. Keep Ventura County, keep Camarillo safe, keep ICE out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Blanca?
Hi, my name is Blanca Arcelia Ortega, and I have come here again today as a concerned member of our community. There's a saying in public service, perception is reality, and right now the perception, based on your public actions and inactions, is that Camarillo chooses silence, and in doing so, chooses compliance. While other cities take bold steps to protect their residents, Camarillo remains disturbingly quiet despite housing federal ICE headquarters right here in our city. To your constituents, this doesn't just look like passive inaction, it looks like complicity. It looks like a city that's not just tolerating ICE, but actively hosting and protecting them. Let me show you the contrast. Ventura just passed their care policy, placing limits on how local departments cooperate with ICE. Oxnard has publicly announced they're building on Ventura's model and creating a community-first policy on their own. Ojai just yesterday unanimously passed their Values Act, modeling Ventura's and going a step further to protect their community. Meanwhile, on Monday, July 7th, the City of Camarillo's Instagram page posted, "Protect the pipes, don't flush wipes." We cannot ignore this contrast. On Monday, June 30th, a disturbing video circulated of ICE agents masked up, no identification, in unmarked vehicles pulling over a man driving his work truck near Flynn and Mission Oaks Boulevard right here in Camarillo. It can be seen in the video the man asking the masked men to identify themselves. They refused. He is heard telling the agents that he had a lawyer and a court date. Then moments later, those masked agents shattered his window and forcefully pulled him out. I'm looking over here. Witnesses shared this was reported to Camarillo Police this was recorded by the victim himself and by multiple bystanders. Aside from being a gross violation of his constitutional rights, the damage to his vehicle constitutes felony vandalism under California law. Witnesses shared this was reported to the Camarillo Police Department, and I submitted a formal Public Records Act request on July 2nd to Camarillo PD asking for a copy of this incident report. As of today, I have not received a response. I have brought a copy of my request with me today to provide you. So I ask this council directly, will you demand transparency from Camarillo PD? Will you ensure a full investigation is conducted, and will you pursue accountability for those agents, federal or otherwise, who violate the rights of people living and working in our city? Camarillo is named after Adolfo Camarillo, someone who valued community, who was known for his generosity and inclusion, who shaped this region, and it is a deep contradiction that the city bearing his name is now a safe haven for federal agents, while our own neighbors are made unsafe. Council members, this is a moral test. What kind of city do you want Camarillo to be? Because perception may be reality, but your silence defines it. And in this moment, the people of Camarillo are watching.
Thank you. Next, please.
Next should be Linda, I probably pronounced your last name wrong, and Jay Berger, I think Berger, or Margot Bugeln, I think, Bugeln.
Good evening, Council. My name is Linda Piera, and I want to reiterate all of the comments that I've heard previously. It's hard to embellish things anymore, but I would like to share a few words with you. We're here in Constitution Park, named after one of our most revered foundational documents, the one that enshrines due process in the 5th and 14th Amendments. Due process for all, not just citizens. But these days, this basic constitutional provision is being violated daily by ICE's barbaric raids and reprehensible renditions to inhumane concentration camps without being able to communicate with the outside world for those detained inside. ICE is here like a January 6th metastasis, creating chaos and terror, violently apprehending working members of our community. If allowed to persist and proliferate, they will pave the way for a fascist police state, which will eventually oppress many, many more, immigrant or not. They won't stop with immigrants. My ask, as others have said, and I concur, is that you direct staff to ensure that our police who contract with the county sheriff do not facilitate in any way ICE's unconstitutional and inhumane raids. Renegotiate the contract if you have to. ICE are predators in our city and they must go. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
That should be Jay. And after Jay is Margot. Is there a Jay here? Jay Berger. Okay.
Next.
Okay, and then Margot. What's your last name? How you say your last name? Oh, Janelle Barrow. Oh, we got it way wrong then. It's not Margot? Beugoon, is that close? Okay, we'll just go with you. Just go ahead and go up. It could have gotten wrong.
Sorry if I skipped anybody
Sorry.
then.
Thank you.
Hi,
Hi.
my name is Janelle Barlow, and I've been a resident of Camarillo for 3 years. But I've been a local of Ventura County since I was born. I was born at the old Oxnard Hospital and was raised in Oxnard. When my husband and I were trying to figure out where we would raise our son, moving to Camarillo was a no-brainer. We love it here. It's beautiful, and so are the people. But growing up here in Oxnard and having that stigma of Oxnard, I've definitely experienced racism from my neighbors. I want to thank everyone here who has come up and expressed your support. It's been great to see so many people come out to support people who look like me and our community. You all really have given me hope and pride for our community, so I want to say thank you. But to the council members, mayor, and city manager, which I just learned what was today, waiting for my turn. You know, there are 4 people here that have not expressed their support as far as I know. I hope hearing the community tonight starts to change your mind. I hope you see that the tides are changing and you want to be on the right side of history. There have been a lot of great ideas, so please do your job and do all that you can to get ICE out of our community. And if you can't, then step aside and let in somebody who will make positive change. There are clearly a lot of people here that are passionate about our community and that would definitely have my vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next
Anyone
we
else?
have Weston Montano.
Thank you, Council, for your time. Quick question. Who wants to be an illegal immigrant? Nobody. Why is that? 1, illegal immigrants often are limited to hard manual labor. 2, they have no bargaining power for livable wages. 3, they can't report work exploitation. 4, they don't have benefits like Social Security, Medicare, EBT, and food stamps. So given these harsh conditions, why would anyone in their right mind be an undocumented immigrant? Because each of them decided that these terrible conditions were actually better than to stay in their own country. I think most of us can agree that our legal immigration system is broken and needs fixing. Many undocumented immigrants could not wait a decade for maybe a chance to take care of their family. They had to get out immediately. I mean, wouldn't you do the same thing if your family was at stake? And since the law classifies unauthorized presence as a civil violation, these immigrants decided to bite the bullet. Legally, underage drinking is a worse violation. And after all this struggle, they still pay nearly $100 billion in taxes every year without any benefits from the government. They're willing to work hard. They're willing to pay taxes, like your ancestors who also immigrated here. They have the heart of an American. Now, it's one thing to detain criminals, but the Trump administration is going back on their word and has detained visa holders, green card holders, and even US citizens. If things escalate, DACA recipients are next on the chopping block. These are people who were brought to the US as children and only remember living here. Our community in Ventura County is supported by all these people. They range from feeding our families to advancing the next scientific breakthroughs. The people ICE is targeting include workers, taxpayers, PhD students, and some are literally US citizens. So are they all dangerous? Well, ICE categorizes the threat level of their detainees in the following increasing order. No threat level, level 3, level 2, and level 1. So how many of last month's detainees are no threat level? 83%. The people ICE, so how are these detainees treated where 83% are not even threatening? First, some are jumped by an army of masked men who bash them to the ground and kidnap them in an unmarked van. In Hawthorne, a US citizen who was 9 months pregnant, a US citizen, was violently arrested and chained. If this is happening to US citizens, why can't it happen to you? If it did, your children wouldn't know what happened to you, and you wouldn't have a chance to reach them for at least a few days. By definition, a concentration camp is a place where large groups of civilians are detained in inhumane conditions without trial. Recently, that is starting to fit ICE detention facilities. Camarillo is a beautiful town with strong moral values and respect for hard workers. Therefore, I now humbly ask that the Camarillo City Council make an effort to declare our city as a sanctuary city and prohibit local cooperation with ICE. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Next, please.
the next speaker is Riley J. Bayman, and after Riley J. is Nicholas Bednarski and Cassie Wanda. Is Riley J. here? Nope. How about Nicholas? Is Nicholas Bednarski here? Cassie, oh, I see somebody coming up. And if you could just say your name so I know which one you are. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cassie Wanda Mish. I'm a resident of Camarillo. I grew up here and in Oxnard before moving to Los Angeles for a few years. My family chose to move back about 9 years ago after a child was born because at the time we felt like this was a safe community. Today I'm here with so many others to speak out against the presence and actions of ICE in our town because I no longer feel safe. I'd like to begin with a simple truth. Being undocumented is not a crime. It is a civil offense and should be treated no different under the law than parking in the wrong spot or failing to update your driver's license. And I dare anyone here to claim that they have never committed a civil offense. Yet, what we are witnessing here in Camarillo is not civil enforcement. It's criminal behavior by the enforcers themselves. There are documented reports and videos of unmarked vans, masked agents, and individuals who refuse to identify themselves. They are snatching people off the street. This is not immigration enforcement. This is kidnapping. The city of Camarillo recently hosted Cones with Cops just last week to teach our children that police are here to protect us. But how can you claim that while standing by and allowing and even supporting the agents who operate dangerously with zero accountability? If we wouldn't tear apart a white family over a parking ticket, we should ask why we accept violence against these supposed immigrant families who are statistically disproportionately non-white. Some people may try to justify the presence of immigrants by pointing out that they pick our food or clean our homes. But I want to be clear, their humanity is not conditional based on their labor. No one should have to prove their worth through work to be treated with dignity and respect. We do not value people based on what they produce. We value them because they are our fellow humans, our neighbors, and friends. This isn't just about public safety. This isn't just about immigration. It is about public safety. People are now afraid to call 911 even if they're in danger. They fear being detained or hurt by someone claiming to be an ICE agent. As someone mentioned before, there was a recent case involving a woman raped by a man who was impersonating ICE. If the ICE agents don't have to identify themselves and local police look away and even assist, how can we tell the difference? How do we stay safe? Am I still supposed to tell my daughter that she can trust the police? Was that ice cream just a bribe, a lie? So I'm asking the council and our local law enforcement to take a stand. As people have mentioned, Ventura and Oxnard PDs have refused to let ICE use their facilities, and we must do the same. ICE has no place in Camarillo. We cannot and do not have a safe, united community when our neighbors are disappearing into unmarked vans. We cannot pretend this is justice. This is what some of my family fled Nazi Germany for, and not all of them escaped. I urge you to investigate, intervene, inform the community, and stand with your residents, not against them.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker I have is John Caravello, and after that's Angel Marie Taylor, and then Kim Stevenson. Is John here? Yes.
Thank you. My name is John Caravello, and I'm a professor at CSU Channel Islands. I'm also a longtime organizer with Ventura County Tenants Union, and more recently a volunteer with VC Defensa. Many of my students are undocumented, and many of their families are undocumented. It's my responsibility to protect them, and so I've been patrolling the city streets, following armed, masked thugs trying to kidnap my neighbors. Many call these neighbors illegal, but let's talk for a second about what's really illegal. When the US bombed civilian nuclear sites like they did in Iran late last month, it's illegal. When the US provides weapons to an apartheid state to fuel a genocide like it continues to do in Palestine, it is illegal. When the US uses drones to combat the quote unquote war on terror, killing civilians like they did in Pakistan, it's illegal. When the US starts a years-long occupation like it did in Iraq in 2003, it's illegal. When the US lies about WMDs to invade a country and stay for 2 decades, like it did in Afghanistan starting in 2011, it's illegal. When the US opens up a torture camp that holds people without trial, charge, or representation, like it did with Guantanamo Bay, it's illegal. When in 1985, police in Philadelphia dropped bombs on a civilian residence of the Black Liberation Group MOVE, it was illegal. When in 1969, the FBI conspired with Chicago PD to murder Black revolutionary Fred Hampton, it was illegal. When the US wiped out villages in Vietnam in the late 60s, murdering thousands of civilians, it was illegal. When the US bombed North Korean dams on their way out in the early 50s, it was illegal. When the US funds and arms crews of democratically elected leaders like they did in Haiti, Guatemala, Cuba, Chile, Bolivia, Nicaragua, Grenada, and Panama, among others, it's illegal. All of this is illegal. But that doesn't stop the vast majority of Americans from condoning one or all of those war crimes. And today, armed masked thugs are bending the knee to just follow orders to kidnap, imprison, and deport our neighbors to countries that we destabilize, that we have under the thumb of our political and economic domination, whose soil we destroy with pesticide-ridden bananas, whose leaders we depose, and whose people our media continue to dehumanize. Who are we to constrict the movement of our fellow human beings? Who are we to judge how people choose to live? ICE is not welcome here, just like the US is not welcome in other countries. And you, our elected officials, should swear them off, if not in policy, then in spirit, to at the very least pay back your undocumented community members for picking your fucking strawberries. No one is illegal. Power to the people.
Thank you. Who's next?
The next person is Angel Marie Taylor. And after Angel Marie is Kim Stevenson, and then that'll be Douglas Davis.
Good evening, Council. My name is Angel Marie Taylor, and I'm a college student at the local university, Cal State Channel Islands. Camarillo is home to CSUCI, the only state university in Ventura County, so I needed to join the community in speaking against the recent ICE raids. I've lived in Camarillo for over 10 years, since my father, Navy veteran of over 20 years, was stationed at local naval base Point Mugu. During my time in college, I've had the privilege of serving on its student government and other organizations, including Black Student Union, METRA, and Liberation Education. Serving my community has always been my biggest honor. I've also been the recipient of several esteemed scholarships and awards, including this year's CSUCI Honors Recognition for Social Action. I don't mean to share my achievements to boast, but instead to remind this council of how we celebrate achievement and excellence, not just by uplifting ourselves, but bringing our community with us. This huge turnout today to say no to ICE and Camarillo is what community looks like. The public comments and testimonies that you are hearing today are more than just stories. They are foundational to Camarillo's livelihood. Our immigrant community are our family, friends, workers, and neighbors. Camarillo doesn't exist without us, and we need protection. When we experience injustices as serious as ICE's abductions and abuse, it is our right to protect ourselves and speak up. It is your job to listen. The public comments and testimonies that you are hearing today are more than just complaints. They are real violations of our rights. Unidentifiable agents, impersonation of agents, unmarked vehicles, lack of transparency, operating outside of the law, and breaking apart families. My mother is a proud immigrant from the Philippines, hard worker, clean record, and provider for her younger sister who was born here in the United States. Despite that, both of them were deported. This happened years ago, but it reflects what's happening now. The system is unjust, and it has been unjust. It preys on the vulnerable, and it leaves behind wounds that you can't imagine. It must change with the power that you all hold now. The same way ICE does not belong at Cal State Channel Islands, a place of learning, they do not belong in Camarillo, a place of community. We need you to take action to ensure that this is realized. ICE out of Camarillo. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now
Next,
it's Kim
please.
Stevenson, then Douglas Davis, and then Spencer Ritchie.
Hi, thank you for taking our comments tonight. As the president of the Ventura County Women's Forum Collaborative, very active in our community, a mother of 2 daughters, a daughter of a woman of color who ran a small business here in this community for 31 years that she bought from the first mayor of Camarillo, who was an Armenian American himself. I'm also a teacher and a friend of a local Camarillo Holocaust survivor who last weekend when I saw her at an AAUW event and I asked her how she was, she said, "Not great, I've seen this before." It's very difficult in these times to discern fake news from real news, right? In this time of AI and algorithms. So I like to be on the ground in the community myself. You've all seen me out there, and I've been out there every day since school got out, well, before school got out. School got out May 30th, and every day since I've been asked to help organize some of the rapid response networks, making sure that we are serving, protecting, transporting, and assisting our local community members with the things that they need so they can get to work and get to their appointments, get to their kids' graduations safely. I did this on my birthday last month. I did it on the 4th of July, and I asked the 3 men in my car, I said, "Are you getting paid holiday pay today? Are you getting overtime pay today?" And they said, "No, it's just like any other day." I have personally witnessed the fear in our communities, our undocumented members of our communities, as well as our documented people of color, our youth who have been born in the United States. These are not people who can afford to miss work. They cannot afford to miss their appointments or their school days, but they are opting out or they are requesting rides so that they can get to work, get to their kids' graduations, get to their events, get to their appointments safely. I drove one woman to her doctor's appointment today. On my way through Pleasant Valley fields a couple weeks ago, I could literally smell the fermentation coming from the fields with the rotting fruits and vegetables on the empty fields and the empty tractors that I was passing by. This will ultimately affect all of our health, all of our access to affordable and fresh food and services. What is it that we fear? We fear abduction by people who are wearing face coverings, who are in plain clothes, in unmarked vehicles, without badges or license plates. And it's very difficult to tell whether they are officials, kidnappers, or vigilantes. Even if they are official, their practices suggest that their training is inadequate to meet the qualifications that they are, or to meet the quotas that they are facing. There's a lack of due process, there's a lack of warrants, and there's a lack of adherence to constitutional law.
All right. Yeah, the 3, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, trying to be fair to everybody. Thank you, though.
Okay, now it's Douglas Davis, then will be Spencer Ritchie, and then Yolanda Brizendine.
My name is Douglas Davis. I'd like to thank the mayor and the council for seeing us and hearing us today. I've been a Camarillo resident since 1968. I'm a husband, father, grandfather, retired police officer of 30 years, and a veteran of the United States Army. I'd like to ask everyone in this room a kind of a rhetorical question. How many of you had to earn your citizenship? My history of citizenship started with filling out paperwork, all the required forms, submitting them, and then waiting 3 years before I entered the United States with a green card, which allowed me to live and work in this country. In 1976, yes, our country's 200th birthday, I became a naturalized citizen. Here it is. and I'm proud of that. My wife's parents also both waited in line to immigrate legally into this country from Ecuador, and they too received their citizenship after many years of waiting in line. Are we to ignore mine, my in-laws, and those who are now standing in line to enter our country in adherence to the laws of this country? I say no. I support ICE and their efforts, and I say no to any resolutions, proclamations that are in opposition to the law of our country. And I support the Sheriff's Department in their efforts. It's not an easy job, and many of you don't understand it. And I believe a lot of the rhetoric that has been said here tonight is not known by those people. They're repeating things they've heard, and they do not have personal, some of them do not have personal knowledge of this. Many like to think they do. So I'd like to close in saying that I appreciate your time and listening to everybody here. And I think there's a way to appropriately come into this country, and we need to go by that. Thank you for your time.
Okay, next we have Spencer Ritchie, Yolanda, and I'm pronouncing the last name wrong, Brizendine, and then after that will be Riley Stockcoat. Is Spencer here?
It's here.
Is Yolanda here?
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Yolanda Brizendine. I'm a therapist and LCSW, and I have a practice here in Camarillo, close to this location. I also work with a community health organization that serves lower income and underserved. And I wanted to mention that there is a crisis in our community that is causing PTSD, not just for people without documents. There are many in our county, with 60,000, but also for everybody around them who's witnessing the behaviors of ICE, kidnapping, knocking down doors, dragging people out of their homes in their pajamas in front of children who are terrified, people whose doors are being smashed, whose car windows are being smashed, who are being wrestled to the ground, people who've been escaping ICE agents, running, end up in my office trying to manage their panic attacks 2 hours later, people who are hiding in their homes, afraid to go to work, afraid to go to school, afraid to go to church, afraid to get health care, talking with somebody who needs urgent medical attention with a life-threatening condition who can't get to the hospital because ICE agents are in the way. When asked about her overall well-being, she said, "Rather die from a disease than from being arrested." We have a crisis in our community, and it's gotten out of control, and I feel as a therapist, I am here to help people find resilience, speak up, find their power, and take steps forward. I think that it's not just undocumented who are scared, it's everybody around them who are seeing what's happening. And I have also noticed there's been a lot of threats to people who are helping. I even got some threats myself for just being someone who vocally cares, not doing anything illegal. But somebody who said, well, maybe I could get you in trouble with ICE. And I've heard people actually in my office who have been threatened by neighbors for other things, blackmailed, victims of domestic violence, victims who've been vandalized, who are not talking to the police, people who've had death threats who are not talking to the police because they said there's a threat of ICE. So all in all, when we're facing scary things, we need extra resilience. I'm a therapist, so this is where my mind goes. I know that it's difficult to go stand up, and one person standing up against a bully is gonna get beaten up, but many people standing together can do good things. The way we stand together is by each person doing something do something within our circle. I know that city council may feel they don't have a lot of authority over federal agents, and it may feel intimidating to take some steps, but I know you have paperwork you can give them. I know that there are creative things that you can do to speak up and make it more difficult for them to be difficult. If everybody stands up and does something, the collective effects are unstoppable. We are stronger and
Thank you for your comments. I appreciate it. I really do.
Okay, next is Riley Stotko, and after Riley is Willie Lubka, and Richard starts with a W, W-L-A-S. It's probably spelled wrong.
Good evening. My name is Riley Stotko. I have come here today to ask you to specifically end all cooperation with ICE. This community is a community that helps each other. It does not abandon its neighbors. And I wholeheartedly believe that the ICE office that is in Mission Oaks, near the Ventura County Office of Education, needs to be shut down immediately. People have talked today about how it is nicknamed the Hole, and I think you should listen to those people. There's no reason to have that in our community, and it sends the wrong message, especially since we're a community known for helping to raise your children. It's a place to come and have a family and go to like kids' soccer games on Saturday. I played AYSO. I've grown up here my whole life. It's what people do. Furthermore, I know that people have talked a lot about statistics, and I do not mean to demean any single person to the work that they provide to a community. However, I understand that you as politicians much more appreciate statistics. So about over a quarter, approximately a third of this community is Latino. And I'm sorry, about a quarter of this community is Latino, and this community relies on agriculture. This county relies on agriculture. The agriculture industry brings in about $2.3 billion annually, according to the county website. So if you would like to be known as the council that allowed for that billion-dollar industry to collapse because you won't remove cooperation with ICE and you continuously allow the Ventura County Sheriff's Office to help and assist them arrest regular, everyday people with no check for paperwork. I mean, again, you've heard countless personal testimonies today. But if you are going to continue to allow that, you need to understand that your legacy will be nothing but violence and oppression. So instead of standing by and doing nothing, I urge you to stand with your community in the face of oppression. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next.
Next is Willie Lubka, and it looks like somebody fixed it for me, Richard Lucas, and then Nancy Kreismeiger.
Good evening. My name is Willie Lupka. I reside in Thousand Oaks. We had a city council meeting in Thousand Oaks last night with a similar turnout of the public and similar comments to what you've heard tonight. There were 35 speakers, but because there were so many speakers, they cut the time for people down to 2 minutes instead of 3. You have 62, and you've given us all the 3 minutes. Wag of the fingers to you. Thank you. It shows that you care. It's appreciated. I'm with an organization called Buen Vecino that's on the steering committee of the 805 Immigrant Rapid Response Network, a community-led initiative that provides support to neighbors facing immigration enforcement actions. Our trained volunteers respond to immigration enforcement actions in the community to serve as eyewitnesses, respond to immigration enforcement activity, and to provide know your rights education and assistance to families that are impacted. We held a training a couple of weeks ago here in Camarillo. 200 people came. Many of them were here tonight. The stories you're hearing of what ICE is doing in the community are not secondhand. We are eyewitnesses. Recently, ICE arrested a couple just a few days ago and violently removed them from the car. It's all on film. The woman was pregnant and had to be taken to the hospital as a result of the assault by ICE. Who is holding them accountable for these actions? Who is protecting public safety when there are roving bands of thugs doing this kind of stuff here? We want to be protected. The community needs someone to be accountable and to provide public safety to us, the community. So we're urging the city of Camarillo to address the harm being caused by these aggressive bullies who are behaving as if we're living under an authoritarian police state where federal government forces are free to operate outside the bounds of regular legal procedures, engage in racial profiling, arbitrary arrests, intimidation, and violence, endangering all of our well-being. These agents are concealing their identities to avoid being held accountable. Who is going to do something about it? We want our leaders to protect the public and ensure accountability. Please, do what you can. Look at what other cities are doing. Look at what Santa Ana is doing, Long Beach, Pasadena, Los Angeles. Study what you can do. There are things you can do that really make a difference. Look at the workshop Moorpark just held for their community to bring community members resources who are to families in their community who are being impacted by what's going on. Call on the County of Ventura to prohibit the use of taxpayer funds to be used for immigration enforcement cooperation. Establish an emergency assistance fund.
Thank you for your comments. I've got to be fair to everybody. I apologize, but 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, so it should be Richard Lucas, Nancy Krausmeiger, and then Joshua Cortez.
Good evening, Mayor Kildee, Vice Mayor Tennyson, and Council. My name is Richard Lucas III. I'm a lifelong resident. I've lived in Camarillo for more than 45 years. I've come before you a few times, and I find it sad and ironic that about 5 years to almost the day, we're here debating a law enforcement issue. And I want to bring attention to this flyer that says, "Keep our city safe." I want to bring attention to a 13-year-old boy that was murdered just a few months ago and left in Oxnard by an illegal alien. In 1986, Ronald Reagan signed a comprehensive immigration reform package with amnesty for about 3 million people. And our federal government, along with Republican and Democrat leaders, have failed us as a community. In 2021 through 2023, the Democrats had control of the House, the Senate, and the presidency, and they did not pass immigration reform. Meanwhile, they allowed millions of illegal immigrants to flood into our country, unvetted, and now we have members of the community coming to you that are city council members that are supposed to be governing the city, not dealing with legislative stuff that's supposed to be in Sacramento and DC. This county has 8 elected members that represent it to the state assembly, the state senate, and US Congress. Every single one of them is a Democrat. Julia Brownlee has served since 2012. My advice is that we start looking at a different direction and a way to talk to each other. This is not about people's skin color. This is about a rule of law. We have a sovereign nation, and the citizens want their nation to be protected under the rule of law. In the November 2024 election, President Trump not only won the Electoral College, but he won the popular vote. That was a mandate and a major change from the way that our country was being run for the last 4 years. And I remind people, in 2021 through 23, the Democrats controlled both the House, the Senate, and the presidency, and they could have passed immigration reform. Please, as a taxpayer in this city, do not put your federal funding at risk by violating US code. There's $5 million that was allocated to the bridge replacement at Las Posas and Ventura Boulevard. My question, is that check cashed yet? There's federal funds that have come from the fires. We don't need to be torn up. We need to communicate with one another and understand that these are difficult decisions, but these are not the decisions for.
I'm going to have to ask you in 3 minutes. Thank you.
So do we have Nancy? Is there a Nancy with a last name starts with a K? No. Okay, the next one is Joshua. Is there a Joshua Cortez? Okay. And after Joshua Cortez will be Joseph Dobzinski and then Jean Shepner.
Good evening, Council. My name is Joshua Cortez, 17, and I'm a current student at Rancho Campana High School. I'd like to voice my concern about ICE and what they're doing to our community. I want to address the two officers in the room. You guys' motto is to protect and serve the community, yet you guys are sheltering, defending, and supporting ICE agents in these raids. Doesn't seem like your motto is that. Seems like your motto is to punish and enslave our residents that are doing nothing wrong but trying to live their lives. Council and the Sheriff's Department are nothing but a pet to ICE right now. You guys need to do something against these masked men that come and harass people and try and kill our people for no reason. When this nightmare first started in this country, I was scared to speak out. I didn't want my friends judging me, but I could no longer stay quiet and watch my people get dragged off the streets and kidnapped. What's currently happening with a lot of people, it's like Nazi Germany. And to any ICE agents that are currently watching this, you can play dress up all you want, but just know you're on the wrong side of history. A lot of Nazi soldiers thought they would never get consequences for what they're doing. So you thinking that mask and your weapons showing to people will save you? It's not. You guys are harassing people. You guys are murdering people. You are doing nothing but this. I did not want to say this before, but I want to say it now. I am a proud son of an immigrant. My father, a lot of people claim he's a criminal. Yeah, I don't think a criminal comes home a lot and eats ice cream and his gancitos and all that. He goes to work. He provides for me and my mom. He's a father, a brother, an uncle, a grandfather. Only thing I have to say to the council and the sheriff's department is stop cooperating with ICE. We support you people, and I want you to support us back. One thing I do want to say is abolish ICE. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Okay, do we have a Joseph? Oh, there's Joseph. Okay, and after that will be Jean Shepner, and then the last one I have on the list is Nicholas Bednarski.
Hi, my name is Joseph Dubzinski Jr., and I'm a resident of Camarillo. I'm also a member of the queer community, a social justice advocate, and a writer. I'm here today to discuss the presence of ICE in Camarillo, especially the ERO office at 321 Cortez Circle, where undocumented people are taken after being snatched off the streets. For the past 3 weeks, I've been a volunteer with 805 UndocuFund and with 805 Immigrant Rapid Response Network. I've spent 12 days outside 321 Cortez Circle observing ICE activities and protesting their presence, known locally as the old man with the bullhorn. What I've seen should shock and terrify everyone. Every day, a large fleet of raid vehicles leaves 321 Cortez Court carrying masked, armed, and armored men with extrajudicial powers in unmarked vehicles, prowling the streets of Ventura County looking for anyone who might be deported, often driving recklessly and using brutal violence. Social media is filled with ICE agents mocking their victims while engaging in state-sponsored terror. Most egregiously, last week, a pregnant woman was transported to St. John's after being brutalized by ICE agents, but only after being transported back to the hole. Further, this terror isn't limited to the undocumented community. Masked ICE agents have routinely taken pictures of activists in their vehicles, made derogatory comments in passing, used sirens and lights frivolously, and have blocked our parked cars. This past Sunday, a gang of masked ICE agents stood directly behind my car on the street. I went on Facebook Live to protect myself and in the process caught them asking, "Is that a gun in his car?" and using my first and middle names despite never introducing myself to them. At least military and law enforcement generally act with honor and discipline, but this is not the case with the undisciplined fascist cowards in ICE. You might ask why I did not call the police, and that's because it has become clear that the Camarillo Police Department and the Ventura County Sheriff's Office are working in collaboration with the ICE office. When my car was blocked in by ICE, police units watched from across the street. Before the pregnant woman arrived at 321 Cortez Circle, police units were already there to watch. On Monday, I watched a police officer post up to watch the shift change at the ICE office, where many of the employees arrive and leave in their personal cars without license plates. Just today, 2 sheriffs pulled into the ICE headquarters and waited for a raid vehicle to return before leaving. Additionally, raid vehicles often park and hide at the Camarillo Police Department when observed by citizen patrols. If this is not direct collaboration, then it is an effort at malicious compliance with the California Values Act using procedural winks and nods. I am asking the City Council to take whatever steps can be done to help unmask, identify, and hold these ICE agents accountable for their crimes. I'm also asking the City Council to hold the Camarillo Police Department and the Ventura County Sheriff's Office accountable to be comply with both the letter and the spirit of the California Values Act. We are on the brink of authoritarianism, and the ICE office at 321 Cortez Circle is the front line. And if the Camarillo City Council can't do anything about masked, armed, and armored agents with extrajudicial powers roaming our streets in unmarked vehicles, then perhaps it's already too late.
Thank you.
Okay, now it's Jean Shepner, and then then it'll be Nicholas Bednarski.
Welcome.
Hi, props to everybody who's still here. My name's Jean Shepner. I was born and raised in Ventura County. I'm a current resident and homeowner in Camarillo for more than 25 years. I'm here to ask you not to normalize armed, masked abductions in our community. If one of us is not safe, none of us are safe. This is a public safety emergency. As a woman, I don't feel safe here now. Apparently, some heavily armed masked goon can throw you into a white panel van at any time, never to be seen again. ICE and its associated violent, dangerous imposters are not welcome here. Immigrants and field workers are part of us. We are all connected. We live in harmony together every day in grocery stores, parks, shopping malls, everywhere. Immigrants built this country and this county. Sending dangerous, armed, masked men into our community is so overwhelmingly wrong. It's so tone deaf. We don't want them in our peaceful community. This is a manufactured crisis. There is no undocumented person crisis here, and everybody knows it. The only crisis is the deliberate damage being done here by ICE and masked wannabes. The visual of heavily armed, masked men chasing hardworking field workers through an agricultural land makes me sick to my stomach. It has activated many of us, and it should activate you to do something about it, to make it stop. Please demand adherence to the Constitution, due process, and an end to this unbelievable nightmare. Liberty and justice for all, and vote.
Thank you. Is there any other?
Is Nicholas here? Yes.
I'm Nicholas Bednarski, a native Californian, Camarillo resident, former Major United States Air Force Medical Corps. I'm also the son of an immigrant, a man who with his parents fled the Bolshevik Revolution and spent 4 years crossing half the world to come to this country, and did all the prodigious efforts necessary to become a legal citizen. Much has been said about what is or is not legal. Laws can be changed, but until such time as they're changed, they need to be obeyed. State law already precludes law enforcement from cooperating with ICE except in issues of criminal action. And I'm not talking about the civil disobedience of crossing our border, but actual crimes. When you're thinking about what you may or may not do, you do need to remember that aiding and abetting someone suspected of criminal activity or obstructing any level of federal or legal local officer in apprehending such individuals is itself a crime. Andrew Jackson had a statement about the overall nature of what's being considered in many communities, and that's nullification of law by a lesser level of government. In the 1830s, he wrote, "I consider the power to annul a law of the United States assumed by one state or one city incompatible with the existence of the Union, contradicted expressly by the letter of the Constitution, unauthorized by its spirit, inconsistent with every principle on which it was founded, and destructive of the great object for which it was formed." Stay within the law. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then I just have Bev Dransfield.
Bev, okay.
Good evening, everyone. Mayor Kildee, Vice Mayor Tennyson, and council members. Thank you so much for the time today, especially the 3 minutes. I know so many people who worked to cut their speeches down just to fit within it, so it means a lot to them. Today I come as a Camarillo resident expressing my own opinions, perspective, and experience. As others have spoken before me, I am angered by the ICE activity across the county. I'm even more frustrated that it's happening in our backyard. ICE's overall presence has instilled fear among all. I'm not here to talk about politics, but I'm here to talk about people. We cannot argue emotions, but what we can agree upon is that our community is scared. For those who may not know, there are 3 ICE offices in Camarillo. The most concerning is over at 321 Cortez Circle. ICE agents have been hostile and inappropriate. They are breaking local laws, driving with no license plates, switching them on vehicles, and reckless driving, even in neighborhoods next to Adolfo High School where mothers are pushing their children in strollers. They're intimidating bystanders who are in compliance with their rights and the law. Our county and sheriff have stressed and reiterated that they are not cooperating with ICE. Unfortunately, actions or lack of speak louder than words. There is footage of local PD escorting ICE out of Cortez, of them witnessing ICE's illegal and intimidating behavior and not keeping peace, as some have suggested. I don't make these statements lightly. I have defended our local officers to many, and I've said, no, that's not the way they're behaving. It's not what it seems. And the optics are not favorable and breaks trust among residents. The diminished confidence places people back in shadows, afraid to come forward to state the crimes that they see happening around them. Our entire community has become less safe as a result. Our local law enforcement has feared of just this happening. I've heard Sheriff Fryhoff say just that. I understand the limited capacities the city council has. Folks don't want to hear what council cannot do. We know immigration reform is needed, but you still have ways to support the Camarillo community, whether it's supporting mental wellness in collaboration with the county's behavioral health as proposed by Oxnard's Mayor MacArthur, an overall stance against cooperation with ICE, supporting Supervisor Lopez's Immigrant Defense Fund, hosting a Know Your Rights workshop similar to Moore Parks, and having resources readily available, uniting with other contract cities, Moore Park, Thousand Oaks, and Ojai, to direct VCO to not assist, escort, or allow ICE on VCSO property, just as Oxnard and Ventura PD have requested, and to urge them to follow recent LAPD guidance. I am here as a concern for public safety to hold people accountable to ensure their actions are in line with the words they speak, the words they promise.
I'm going to thank you. I'm sorry. I got to hold everybody to 3. I'm sorry. All right. Anyone else? No? Okay, so we've been going for several hours here, so we're going to call a 25-minute recess. the city council meeting back to order. And that gets us down to council and staff reports. So this is a time for the council comments. I'm going to ask for David, would you like to start us off tonight?
Please, Mayor. Very quickly, I attended a Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness Committee meeting along with Councilmember Martinez Bravo on June 30th. On July 2nd, along with the mayor, I attended the Information Technology and Facilities Committee meeting. And on July 7th, again with the mayor, I attended the Local Appointment and Liaison/Intergovernmental Committee. So those are the committees that I attended in the last week and a half. I want to just make a comment. I've been on council for 2.5 years. I had the privilege of sitting in council chambers for 5 years at one point as the commander of the Camarillo station. And this is probably the second largest audience during my 7.5 years in these council chambers, the second largest audience that I've ever seen. And it's heartening that so many people took time out of their busy schedule to come and share their comments with the council. But as you know, that this was public comments on a non-agendized item, so the council cannot and will not take any formal action tonight. I spent 37 years of my life wearing a uniform. 4 is 36 and a half, I stretched it a bit. 4 as a United States Marine. 32 and a half, I wore the uniform of the Ventura County Sheriff's Office. And I just got to say that I'm proud of the actions. I'm proud of the professionalism. I'm proud of the commitment that our sheriff has shown and that our local officers assigned to the station in community outreach and the great things they do to build bridges between law enforcement and our local community. As a law enforcement professional, and I use that word professional with a great amount of pride because we were a very, and they still are, a very professional organization. I find it abhorrent with what I see on TV sometimes, what I see on social media, but I take those with a grain of salt because I wasn't there personally to witness it. But I will say the lack of professionalism that I've seen is something that saddens all of our local law enforcement that wear a badge that are sworn to protect the community. And they will continue to do that regardless of some of the stories we heard tonight. As a local elected official, I want to take a few minutes to speak about immigration. And obviously, it's an issue that's deeply complex. There's no simple answer. It's often polarizing. And we saw a little bit of that tonight when a few speakers got up and people were giving them a thumbs down and things like that. We want to have a council chamber where regardless of your position on an issue, you feel comfortable coming up here. So I'd ask in the future for the public, you can wave your hands in support, but don't do anything denigrating like thumbs down or shooing people away when they say something counter to what you want to say, because it's complex and polarizing. But it's profoundly tied to who we are as a nation. Immigration shapes the very heart of our American story, while directly impacting the daily life of our communities right here at home. I support a balanced, humane, lawful approach to immigration, one that firmly respects the rule of law, but also recognizes the dignity and immense contribution of immigrants, fellow human beings. Many of these individuals are essential members of our workforce. They are our neighbors, our children's friends, and in my case, grandchildren's friends, and they're part of the rich cultural fabric that make up our community, the great community of Camarillo. Now, while immigration is rightly the responsibility of the federal government, its impacts are felt most extensively by us here locally. I believe our community should not be placed in the middle of federal immigration disputes, nor should our local agencies be expected to serve as enforcers of federal immigration policy. At the same time, I do support policies that prioritize the removal of individuals who pose genuine threats to public safety. What I don't support are indiscriminate actions that target families, longtime residents, or people simply seeking a better life. These actions can fracture the trust and tear communities apart. It's also important to remember, as somebody said tonight, our history. In 1986, President Ronald Reagan signed the landmark Immigration Reform and Control Act. That law took a dual approach. It strengthened our border security, but it also created a pathway to legal status for millions of undocumented immigrants. It was a recognition that compassion and accountability are not mutually exclusive. They must go hand in hand. More than three decades later, again, as a previous speaker said, more than 3 decades later, regardless of which party was in control of our federal legislature or the White House, for 3+ decades, we still have not seen comprehensive immigration reform. None of the 5 of us can do that. At the local level, we have a responsibility to build and maintain trust between residents and public agencies. Every person in our community should feel safe to report crimes, access needed services, and participate fully in civic life without fear. If we allow immigration concerns to overshadow these fundamental community relationships, all of us suffer. Ultimately, our shared values, fairness, opportunity, and respect for the law should guide us forward. But the truth is, the power to meaningfully change immigration policy doesn't rest with a city council or a county board of supervisors. It rests with our federal representatives. So if you feel strongly about this issue, as I do what I've done. And I know many people do based on the number of speakers we had tonight. I encourage you to contact the only people representing us here in Camarillo and Ventura County that can do anything to move this issue forward. Congresswoman Julia Brownlee, Congressman Salud Carbajal, Senator Alex Padilla, and Senator Adam Schiff. Tell them it's time to move forward on comprehensive immigration reform that secures our borders, respects our laws, and honors the humanity of all who call this country home. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else like to go? Susan, you want to jump in?
Thank you. I don't have any meetings to report this time. I did want to mention something about Clean Power Alliance. CPA Board of Directors recently approved CPA's rates for fiscal year 25-26. So beginning July 1st, 2025, rates for residential and small to medium business customers went down, enhancing overall affordability and strengthening our competitiveness with Southern California Edison. When comparing rates to SCE, CPA's lean power option rate is 2% below SCE's base rate. The clean power option is approximately the same as SCE's base rate, and the 100% green power option is 6% above SCE's base rate. As a reminder, customers can choose to opt up, opt down, or opt out of CPA at any time. And then I wanted to make a brief statement about the speakers we heard tonight. I wish they were all here so I could speak to them, but I hope some of them are home watching on TV. I wanted to thank them all for being here tonight, and thank you to everyone who sent emails, made calls, or stood up to speak during public comment. It takes courage to speak truth to power. It takes even more courage to do so when you or your family may feel unsafe. That courage was on full display tonight, and I want to say clearly that I see you, I hear you, and I stand with you. In Camarillo, we often say Camarillo strong during times of natural disaster or crisis. I felt that spirit tonight. This, what we are facing together, is a different kind of storm, but make no mistake, the strength, the unity, and resilience shown by this community proves that we are Camarillo strong, and we will meet this moment with that same resolve. Like many of you, I am deeply concerned about the recent reports of ICE activity within our city. Our oath of office doesn't have loopholes. We swore to serve and protect our community, not just some of it, not only those who feel safe enough to sign their names to an email, all of us. And I want to pause on that moment. A number of the messages that we received came unsigned. That's not a small thing. That is a reflection of fear, real fear, among people who live here, work here, and send their kids to school here. That's not acceptable in Camarillo. That cannot be the atmosphere that we allow to persist. To the Ventura County Sheriff's Office, I want to speak directly. I know your department plays a critical role in maintaining safety and order in our community. I also know that local collaboration, or even the perception of collaboration with federal immigration enforcement, when not legally required, can break down trust, create trauma, and make our community less safe. I urge you to consider the chilling impact these actions are having on families in Camarillo. People are afraid to report crimes. Children are afraid to go to graduations. That is not public safety. As a council, we must be clear. Our responsibility is to our residents, and that includes ensuring we are doing all that we can do to protect our residents from activities that are unjust, unlawful, or inhumane. I don't take this seat lightly. None of us should. We campaigned for these roles. We asked the people of Camarillo to trust us. That trust comes with responsibility, and now is a time to earn that trust. Tonight has been a powerful reminder of what civic engagement looks like at its best. It's also a reminder of how high the stakes are for so many. I commit to doing all that I can to rise to this moment, and I call on each of my colleagues and our partners in law enforcement to do the same. Tonight, I'm formally requesting two things. I would like staff to take a look at what neighboring cities have done in terms of proclamations or resolutions, holding town halls. But I'd also like them to really pay attention to the emails and the public speakers we had here tonight, and return to council with a list of legally viable actions that we can take to ensure the safety, dignity, and rights of our residents. Many thoughtful, creative, and powerful ideas have been raised here tonight, and they deserve more than a nod or a pre-written comment. They deserve action. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else like to go? Marchito, would you like to go, or Tony?
Sure. Today is July, sorry. Today I spoke with Elaine Kelly. She's the director of the Camarillo Premium Outlets. And on a happier note, there is going to be a circus in town, the Marinelli Circus, running from July 12th to the 28th at the Camarillo Premium Outlets. You can go to their website at marinellibroscircus.com. June 26th, I attended the Economic Development Collaborative meeting. We received a presentation from the Ventura County's Economic Vitality Unit, who, in collaboration with some leading partners, have secured $550,000 through a Catalyst grant to launch a first-of-its-kind advanced air mobility, and I know that was discussed a little bit prior to this. You can go to their website as well, businessforward.ventura.gov, but this planned innovation center will establish a dedicated testing range at Camarillo and Oxnard airports. I did request a presentation, or I did request as to their plans for presentations to come back to the city, and it sounds like the county will be planning around that as well. On June 27th, I attended a county-wide press conference at the County Government Center. I spoke on behalf of the farm working community, also given my role as executive director of the nonprofit Friends of Field Workers, due to the recent ICE raids where approximately 40 farm workers were taken from agricultural community and farms. Other speakers there included Father Tom, a Catholic priest, Rabbi Lisa, EDC Executive Director Bruce Stensley, Helen McGrath, a local grower, and the mayor from Thousand Oaks, and Supervisor Lopez. What I will summarize with that is what I've said before is regardless of one's political affiliation, we all benefit from the work of farm workers every time we sit down to eat. On June 30th, I attended the Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness meeting with Councilmember Tennyson, staff, and the Chief of Police, Chief Eric Tennyson. July 1st, I attended an informational meeting with water education for Latino leaders. It's for all, it's not just for Latinos, it's for anybody serving the Latino community. July 2nd, I attended a meeting with our local youth regarding environmental issues. July 9th, which was this morning, I actually met with Dr. Richard Yao. He's president of CSUCI, who actually announced that he will be stepping down from his role effective August 1st. Given my position on the CSUCI site authority, he actually reached out to me the day that he took the decision and that became public. He will assume the presidency of onto another nonprofit, Data Philanthropy, the giving arm of the Jeff Green Family Foundation. As you know, the city of Camarillo has a close partnership with CSUCI, and I thanked him for his service, and I wished him well on his next endeavor. He also asked that I share with my colleagues much gratitude with the city. In addition, he wanted me to share with you all that he's been working hard, obviously, through a pandemic and all the challenges that came through with student enrollment. But finally, there is some data indicating that student enrollment is actually increasing at CSUCI, so that's some good news. And he mentioned that he would continue to be a part of this community and will just be serving in a different capacity. And so, as mentioned at our last city council meeting, I requested a meeting with Sheriff Freihoff to discuss many of the concerns that were already voiced here. As you know, as council members, we are the closest to the community, whether we're going to church or schools or out in the parks. And so various community members had approached me regarding some concerns that they had and concerns that I had as well. And so I did write an email to Sheriff Freihoff, and for transparency, I can read that to you. I wrote an email over this weekend, and it says, and I'm happy to share it with anyone who requested it as well. Dear Sheriff Jim Freihoff, I hope this email finds you well. I'm writing to you both as an individual council member and in my capacity as a member of the Public Safety Committee for the City of Camarillo, on which I sit along with Vice Mayor Tennyson, to share urgent concerns from our community regarding public safety and our community's perception of the sheriff's collaboration with federal officials. When we last spoke, I invited you to the press conference organized by community leaders. During that conversation, I raised several issues, including reports of individuals impersonating ICE officers, concerns of sexual assault by masked individuals, concerns over indiscriminate traffic enforcement disproportionately impacting the Latino community. I communicated these concerns during council member comments at our most recent city council meeting, and I remain committed to continuing that transparency by bringing forward additional information to help with any misinformation or disinformation that may be circulating. On a personal note, many of my loved ones, despite being U.S. citizens, have voiced a growing sense of racial stress and fear, which reflect the broader anxiety felt throughout the Latino community. And then I just move on to requesting the meeting officially. And then I said, in addition, I'm seeking clarification on the following, which is what steps is the Ventura County Sheriff's Office taking to address the issue of ICE impersonations and safeguard the community? And number two, how is the Sheriff's Office responding to public concern about perceived collaboration with federal officials, specifically regarding the use of sheriff's parking lots and the community's perception of escorting ICE agents, in quotes, which is how it's been given to me. It is my understanding that neither the Oxnard Police Department nor the Ventura Police Department permits federal agents to utilize their facilities, instead directing them to the military base. In contrast, it is my understanding that federal agents are being allowed to use the Sheriff's Department parking areas. Can you please clarify this position? And to the questions that we had, I am aware that Sheriff Freihoff is going to put out some messaging with a video that's going to be coming out tomorrow, Thursday, and that was part of the discussion from that meeting that we had. I am also aware that the Los Angeles Police Chief Jim McDonald recently issued a directive designed to address the growing threat of federal impersonators and to rebuild public trust. The LAPD now requires officers who respond to suspected immigration enforcement scenes 2, and I laid out 1 through 4. Given the similarity of concerns in our community, I would appreciate an overview of any policies or procedures your department currently has or plans to develop to address ICE impersonation and related safety concerns, particularly as they affect women and vulnerable community members. And then I indicated that I was planning to invite to update the council on here as well. And in that email, I also indicated that I would like to thank and acknowledge the efforts of Camarillo Chief of Police Eric Tennyson, with whom I've met on several occasions regarding this topic. He has been consistently responsive and thoughtful in addressing ongoing community concerns. Notably, Chief Tennyson demonstrated true community leadership by visiting local Camarillo farms in the aftermath of the hate crime targeting farm workers. I'm not sure how many of you were aware. There was an incident, I think it was back in March, and so Chief Tennyson took it upon himself to visit not only that farm, but every single farm in the surrounding area. And I am genuinely grateful for his commitment to engagement and transparency. I believe these kinds of actions and the values they represent deserve to be highlighted through your department's social media platforms, as they go a long way in strengthening public trust and community relations. Thank you very much for your attention and continued service to the community. I look forward to your response. So that was over the weekend, and then on Monday, when I reached out, we were able to get a meeting for Tuesday morning, first thing in the morning. Just a minute here, I lost my... We were able to get a meeting, and in that meeting, Councilmember Tennyson joined. It was Sheriff Freihoff, and he was also joined by his team of the undersheriffs, Andrew Salinas, Jose Rivera, John Riley, and also the Thousand Oaks Chief of Police, Jeremy Paris. And staff member Carmen Nichols was also present, and the Thousand Oaks Mayor David Newman. Just to go over the meeting, and Councilmember Tennyson, feel free to add anything that I may have missed. We shared with him our concerns about ICE tactics being used, and he did not disagree. He shared with us that the federal government is putting officers from other law enforcement agencies in positions without what we would consider adequate training. And an example that I gave, and I know we all have examples of that, but last week I visited a local farm adjacent to the city of Camarillo and in the unincorporated part. On June 10th, when the ICE raids took place, ICE went in and followed this husband and wife, took them out of their vehicle, detained them, and unfortunately left an 11-year-old little girl alone. And the farm is the one who had to contact the 11-year-old little girl to let her know that her parents would not be coming home. There is a vast difference in how the Ventura County Sheriff's Office would handle whenever a minor is involved. And so, we did discuss the concerns with the tactics that are currently being used. Sheriff Freihoff is aware of the community concern and is aware that our council meeting was also happening today. He has also had extensive community outreach through his police chiefs that we have here. As to the questions that I asked, he will actually, as mentioned, he will be creating a video in both English and Spanish that we can then widely share through the city network and then also through our own personal messaging. So please look forward to hearing his video addressing your concerns on this upcoming Thursday. And thank you, Sheriff Freihoff, for working on that. There was another point of discussion surrounding a community meeting. And I know that's something that Councilmember Tennyson and I would be willing to support. That would be to address any public safety concerns, to address those, and to also have maybe some access to information regarding this topic. I am aware that the city of Moore Park has done a similar meeting, and I think at this point we can follow up with staff regarding this topic. Sheriff Freihoff has empowered his contract city police chiefs to engage in these community meetings. I know Nick Odenath was present at the one in Moore Park. And all the chiefs are well-versed in these policies. I'm not sure if I missed anything else from that meeting, maybe
I would just point out one thing. Sheriff Freihoff has had Assistant Sheriff Jose Rivera attend our meeting. He's been there the whole time, and I watched him taking notes. So I'm certain Sheriff Freihoff will get a briefing on this at some point tomorrow.
Thank you. And one thing that I definitely didn't want to do is misspeak for Sheriff Freihoff. So I think the fact that he's willing to create a video, and then if we can further get some more communication through a community meeting, I think that would be beneficial for our entire community. In addition to public safety concerns, I do want to acknowledge the significant fear, anxiety, and distress caused by the presence of federal law enforcement in Camarillo and Ventura County communities. This fear is not limited to undocumented immigrants, but it is felt by U.S. citizens and the broader community as well. The tactics of dehumanization we are witnessing are deeply troubling. Every human being possesses inherent dignity, and we must always strive to build a society grounded in justice and compassion. Additionally, I have spoken to business owners in Camarillo and throughout the county who have expressed concern and reported being indirectly impacted, whether it's due to their inability to bring in clients due to ICE vehicles circulating around, or because of an overall decrease in business activity. As the executive director of the Economic Development Collaborative summarized after presenting data, he said, an attack on immigrants is an attack on businesses and the quality of life for all of us. ICE actions, and I mentioned some of this last time, ICE actions have generated fear and anxiety in our Ventura County community, feelings I deeply understand, not only as a concerned neighbor, but also as a woman mindful of the risks of sexual assault, and as a Mexican-American who shares the distress these incidents evoke. I personally have family members showing up at family events with passports in their pockets for the fear of being targeted due to their brown skin. And sadly, for the first time on the 4th of July, my family, we did not feel safe enough to go and enjoy the fireworks that our city paid for. The racial stress that many Latino families like mine are enduring in these challenging times is deeply troubling. This persistent strain not only erodes our sense of safety and belonging, but also takes a serious toll on the mental, emotional, and physical well-being of our community. The ripple effects touch every aspect of our life, from how children perform in schools to how families access health care and feel seen by their neighbors. Here in the city of Camarillo, a city literally named after a Mexican man, Adolfo Camarillo, we are closest to the experiences of our community in comparison to the federal or the state government. Yet, our ability to act is limited. Members of this council have repeatedly expressed concern over state-level decisions that affect our planning, but we must ultimately follow state law. The reality is that immigration reform and a clear pathway to citizenship must be addressed at the federal level. I also encourage you to contact both Republican and Democratic members of Congress to make your voices heard. And additionally, I encourage you to advocate within your own circles to put pressure on Congress for immigration reform. This includes labor groups, medical associations, police unions, and sheriff associations, farm bureaus, chambers of commerce, and others. It's been over 40 years since meaningful immigration reform was enacted, and it has occurred under both Republican and Democratic administrations with no change. We are past due for real and lasting change because traumatizing community members is simply not the answer. And that's all that I have.
Thank you. Mr. Tremblay, anything tonight?
Sure, thanks. As far as meetings attended, June 27 in Los Angeles, I had a meeting of the Metrolink Board of Directors. On June 28, I was happy to go to our summer concert at Constitution Park. I think the mayor introduced the band, and it was a very good concert to attend. And I want to express my appreciation both to city staff and to PVRPD for all of their work on that. And then between June 29 to July 2, I was out of town in San Francisco at the National Rail Conference for the American Public Transit Association on behalf of VCTC. And I know Mr. Erickson is here tonight from VCTC on another matter, though. Actually, it's dealing with train undercrossing, so quite appropriate. Very briefly, I want to say thank you to all of those who provided comments this evening regarding ICE and immigration enforcement. I've listened to all of the comments tonight, including by all of my council colleagues, all of whom I respect. And I'm considering them carefully and thoughtfully. That's it for me.
All right, well, let me talk a little bit about meetings attended. Saturday, June 28th, we have a summer concert series opening night, Gold Rush, which was fun. That was a great band. If you got a chance to go to the concerts in the park, everybody that's here, go to one. They're really fun. Tuesday, July 1st, they had a BRSD special board meeting. I'll have more to say about that at a future council meeting. Wednesday, July 2nd, we had an Information Technology Facilities Committee with Vice Mayor Tennyson. Wednesday, July 2nd, Heart and Graces Cares Foundation ribbon cutting. They're in the old Ponderosa Shopping Center, way in the corner. I had a little bit of problem finding them, but I found them. But if you get a chance to go there, it's a really good organization. Do some great things. Monday, July 7th, the local appointment and liaison intergovernment committee with Vice Mayor Tennyson. And when you speak last, a bunch of people have already talked. I just want to briefly state I agree with all of my colleagues and what they've said tonight. I especially agree with the public. One of the reasons why I wanted to give 3 minutes is I think it's important to have the public feel comfortable enough to come before us and talk about practically any issue that they want to talk about in the purview of the 3 minutes. And I know it was a long night, but I think their voices, A, needed to be heard, and they are being heard. Immigration, as was saying, is a very complex and emotional issue. It does mostly, if not all, in the purview of the federal government. I encourage everybody to encourage our congressional representatives to get a comprehensive immigration bill. It pains me to think that some people in our community do not want to call our police department. Our police department is in a tough situation too. They've been put in a really difficult situation. In my opinion, and my opinion only, I think one of the best decisions that the first council made in 1964 in Camarillo was to contract services out with the Ventura County Sheriff's Department. They are A-list. In my opinion, they're the best in the state, and I can give you all kinds of background as to why I feel that way. However, they're human. They do make mistakes. Their number one goal always is to protect and to serve our residents here. And I know that that is going to continue to be what they are going to continue to do here. I'm supportive of anything locally that we can do to improve this situation here. It's a situation that can be very much improved here. And I'm totally committed to doing that within the purvey of the law and what we can do as council members here tonight. I listened to everybody. I too took a lot of notes, and this issue is not gonna go away anytime soon. We're all very much aware of that. But I can also affirm that we were gonna do everything in our power to make the situation better. So with that, unless anybody has anything else that they'd like to talk about, I am going to go down to the consent calendar. I believe that's item F through J. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers on this? No, okay.
Mr. Mayor, move consent on F through J.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any questions, further questions from council? I am going to ask the city clerk if she'll do a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Martinez Bravo,
Yes.
Councilmember Santangelo,
Yes.
Councilmember Tremblay,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tennyson,
Yes.
and Mayor Kildee.
Yes.
And Mr. Mayor, unless
Yes.
there's objection by anyone on the council, I would go ahead and move the staff recommendations as to discussion items K and L respectively. And I realize we're not making time for presentations, but the evening has been long. And anyway, that would be my motion if the chair believed it to be appropriate and city attorney said it would be okay.
To do, again, move.
I'd move items K and L.
You want to do that later? Do you want to get?
No, I want to do it right now.
Okay. You want to do it right now?
So you made a motion that we're going to move on items K and L.
Move
Right.
staff recommendations on items K and L respectively.
And I'll second that, but do we have to have public comments first?
Just
As a
confirm if
discussion
there is
item?
any.
It's a discussion item on item K. We're there right now. So, you're talking about award of the services from, we're going to
There's
do
somebody
that right
signed
now?
up for KRL to speak. Is that what you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
I have that the next on my agenda. Am I not right on that?
He's recommending we handle both of them simultaneously.
I'm
Oh,
recommending,
okay.
my motion is to handle both of them sans a presentation on either K or L and move to approve staff recommendation. With all respect to the folks who were going to make presentations.
Okay.
Believe me, you prepared for them, but I'm also thinking about the lateness of the hour.
Do we need any report on either one of them? We do not. Okay. So council okay with that?
Absolutely.
Okay. So is there a motion to approve items K and L? Am I hearing that right?
You're hearing that right. That's from me.
And is there
And
any?
there was a second.
And got the second? Is there any further discussion? Well, let's vote on items K and L.
Okay, Councilmember Martinez Bravo,
Yes.
Councilmember Santangelo,
Yes.
Councilmember Tremblay,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tennyson,
Yes.
and Mayor Kildee.
Yes. Okay, so we're going to get down to item M now, which is the Camarillo Train Station Undercrossing Design and Consideration. Mr. Klotzel, do you want to start us off on that?
Yes, I'll introduce this item.
All right.
Thank you. This item is to present the proposed design for the train station undercrossing, which is at about 30% completion level at this time. Our goal tonight is to receive input from council on the design layout so the physical location and approaches to the core structural tunnel element can be set, which is necessary to keep the design progressing through the lengthy Union Pacific Railroad review and approval process without significant changes. As the design progresses in the coming months, council will have the opportunity to review additional project details such as finishes, landscaping, lighting, cameras, and other security elements. We'll have a further presentation now by Principal Engineer Andrew Grubb with additional project info for council to consider and provide input.
Good evening, Mayor Kildee and council members.
Apologize, let me just pull up my notes here. All right. Tonight, staff will be presenting the design of the Camarillo train station undercrossing project for council's consideration. The proposed undercrossing will be constructed beneath a Union Pacific Railroad tracks at the Camarillo train station to improve accessibility and regional mobility by creating a more direct route between the east and west platforms. The station is owned by Ventura County Transportation Commission and is a coordinated design effort with the city and LoSan. Next slide. Next slide. The project is made possible from over $16 million in grant funds and a city contribution of $910,000 for a total estimated project cost of just over $17 million. The level of support reflects the regional significance of the project and comes with critical grant deadlines, which I'll highlight shortly. Next slide. Since this project was last presented in December, the design team has progressed the design through multiple stakeholder meetings, including VCTC, LoSan, UPRR, and the Sheriff's Department. Staff has received and are currently reviewing a draft maintenance agreement from VCTC. Staff also coordinated with the Sheriff's Department to review the proposed layout and security features. Based on the meeting and council's prior feedback, the design team has refined the layout, which we'll review in the following slides. Next slide. The original layout had a 90-degree turn at each end of the undercrossing and 4 alternating ramp runs with the goal of minimizing the footprint and impacts to adjacent utilities. Based on the feedback received, the design team identified an opportunity to straighten the staircase and widen the top landing, creating a more open, inviting entry. This adjustment allows for more natural light and improves sight lines into the undercrossing. To accommodate this change, the drive aisles and adjacent parking stalls were shifted slightly and bollards added at the top of each entrance. Additional security enhancements have been proposed and will be further evaluated with stakeholders as the design progresses, including a monitor above the entrance displaying a live camera feed of the undercrossing, gates to allow the closure of the undercrossing at night, and the installation of security cameras and lighting above the ramps. Next, we'll review a series of renderings of the proposed undercrossing. This aerial view looking south illustrates how the project will integrate within the existing train station and surrounding areas. The renderings show conceptual landscaping and architectural elements that reflect the character of the station and Camarillo's heritage and will be further evaluated through stakeholder meetings and council's input. This view also shows the difference in crossing distance between the existing Caltrans-owned overcrossing and the proposed undercrossing. This next rendering shows another aerial view looking north. And these next few slides show how the new layout creates a much more inviting entrance, here looking east towards the undercrossing. And next, from a pedestrian viewpoint, showing how the wider opening improves the amount of natural light entering inside of the tunnel, undercrossing. Next. And here looking east through the undercrossing, you can see how added lighting helps brighten the space. This rendering also shows an example of potential architectural elements that could be incorporated to add texture and visual interest while helping deter graffiti compared to a smooth concrete wall. Then looking at an aerial view looking west as we move to a pedestrian vantage point on the next slide here, taking note of the longer sight distance within the straightened staircase. On this next view looking west shows the amount of natural light entering from the opposite side. For reference, the length of the undercrossing is approximately 47 feet from end to end, which helps maintain clear visibility and was an important point previously raised by council. This next slide shows what a gate could look like if it were integrated in a way that balances safety, visibility, and aesthetic considerations. And finally, here's one more view inside of the undercrossing with the goal of creating a well-lit, inviting space. So in May, the California Transportation Commission granted the project a 12-month extension to obligate grant funds for construction from June 30th, 2025, moving it to June 30th, 2026. Even with the extension, this timeline shows how tight the time frame is to meet the grant deadlines. Over the last year, staff has been actively coordinating and making progress with UPRR to request a variance for the undercrossing through multiple stakeholder meetings. The feedback received tonight will help staff quickly advance the design, and staff anticipates returning to council next year with a more complete design and the maintenance agreement ready for review. On this current timeline, construction is anticipated to start by the spring of 2027. And that concludes my presentation, and staff is joined by Martin Erickson, Executive Director for VCTC, to help answer any questions.
Okay, you've heard the staff report. Any questions?
Yes.
Mr. Tremblay?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Andrew, thanks for the staff report. A number of questions on the design, and then some other questions relevant to the whole issue. As far as I'm concerned, this is so far so good. And I think, is my understanding correct that we're probably at about the 30% design stage right now?
Yes, that's correct.
And I know that in a prior council meeting, I had asked, and I had support on the council, that when you get to the 60% design stage, those are also going to come back to council for review, right?
That's correct. And we wanted to bring this now again with that goal of advancing that design concurrently while UPRR is reviewing it.
And one of the slides, I think, has a gate. Yeah, is that something comparable, for example, to the City of Orange's undercrossing, where they have a gate up between like 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. or whatever it is during the late night hours, so there's no access in the tunnel?
That would be the intention. During operational hours, it would be open.
Okay. Has Ventura County Sheriff's Office, Camarillo PD, been consulted to date on the design, or is that ahead of us?
We have. We met with the Sheriff's Department, and we had some good constructive feedback, and that's what led us to the design today.
Okay, I want to make sure that. The murals on the underground portion, just out of curiosity, are you going to utilize, or is the plan to utilize anti-graffiti mechanisms on those, like anti-graffiti paint?
That was discussed as well. There's some clear coating you can add to those, even a natural-looking stone like that to deter graffiti.
Okay, all right. So that would be the intention to do that then. All right. I think the design is so far so good and looking well. I know that the council was really concerned about public safety access by law enforcement. As I'm seeing the design elements, it appears that if a sheriff's deputy is driving by, they would be able to look through, from a public safety standpoint, they would be able to see most of the underground, if not all of the underground tunnel. Would they be able to see the entire underground tunnel? Like, for example, if they were on Lewis, would they be able to see eastward to the other side, to Dawson?
So one idea that was discussed with the Sheriff's Department was actually adding a monitor, a live feed monitor, like you would see maybe if you were going into a retail store. And that could have additional security cameras tied into it to show different angles so that before you enter, you could see what's in the undercrossing. So that idea was brought up. Again, we discussed with stakeholders, and that could be placed again right above the undercrossing there. But from this vantage point, again, you can see almost about halfway through the undercrossing from a pedestrian viewpoint.
Okay, about halfway through, but then through the monitors, law enforcement would be able to see through to the other side.
Correct.
And if I'm looking at this correctly, I think the width of the stairs is, was it 11 feet or 14 feet? Actually,
the-
24 feet on the stairs on one side, on the west side, and 23 feet on the east side, right? And then a 14-foot width of the undercrossing?
That's correct.
Was there any discussion relative to law enforcement being able to access by vehicle, which would mean they'd have to go down the stairs? There's no way to be able to do that, correct?
That wasn't discussed, being able to enter the undercrossing with a vehicle. In fact, we added some bollards just to avoid any unintentional
Right.
vehicles from
Right, because
entering.
that's the flip side. You don't want to
Yeah.
encourage that. And plus, I know that there has been concern expressed by some members of the public that it not be a bikeway or a bike path for concern for folks who are trying to walk through that undercrossing. But that said, it looks like what you're striving for from a design standpoint is to have almost immediate access by foot by sheriff's deputies on both the east and west ends. In other words, the roadway would be almost immediately adjacent to the stairs, and a deputy could quickly get out of his or her vehicle and access the underground tunnel, right?
Yes, and that's one of the added benefits of this layout with the straight staircase. Again, the viewpoints, I think, are another benefit, and that added light that it brings in as well.
Okay. That's great. When the council approved this project back on June 14 of 2023, we approved recommended actions of staff regarding a professional services agreement with Rail Pros and other things, and there were 4 items that we required coming out of that. Let me just refresh your recollection. Number 1, VCTC as the station owner and not the city should be responsible for any liability arising from construction and use of the undercrossing. It was recommended VCTC enter into a written agreement whereby VCTC indemnifies the city for such liability in the future. Could you kind of walk us through what the status is of discussions with VCTC? I know the Executive Director, Mr. Erickson, is here tonight, but could you kind of tell us where things stand with respect to that particular condition?
Yes, so VCDC has drafted an initial maintenance agreement that staff has been reviewing, and we've heard council's comments, and so we're reviewing that right now. We haven't given VCTC back our comments yet, but that's currently under review.
Okay, but that's what you specified in the staff report. That's the maintenance agreement. That's trying to address that particular condition, right?
That's correct.
Okay, the second one was full involvement of law enforcement in the design process, and I think that's being done. The third was that if during the construction bids phase of the project, costs come in higher than the funds that are available, the project would be delayed until there are additional funds from VCTC, Metrolink, LoSan, or the state to complete the project. That's ahead of us somewhere, and I know everyone's sensitive to cost constraints, et cetera, but I know that's ahead of us. And the fourth was to provide us with progress updates on grant funding and design process, which I think you've done. So I really appreciate all of the efforts going into this. And I don't have any other questions other than that, other than to note, I'm really hopeful that Union Pacific will, back in 2022, Union Pacific actually wrote a letter to the Executive Director of the California Transportation Commission where they supported this project back in November of 2022. So I'm hopeful that they are mindful of that letter. I don't know, Mr. Erickson or Mr. Ramirez may have particular views on that or comments on that, but I'm really hopeful we can find a way to get this quickly through Union Pacific, which is a real challenge. Having negotiated easements before with Union Pacific over the course of years, it takes time. So I guess I'm just saying I'm keeping a good thought. All right, thanks, Mr. Mayor.
All right, any other questions?
Mayor, if I may, the questions that I had were touched upon, which was if we had any input from the sheriff's department, number one. And then the second piece was regarding cameras, and I think part of that was touched upon with monitors. Looking at that pathway, my other question was regarding graffiti, but it sounds like it's kind of textured in a way where it would, or can you speak to that a bit? Because I think when Councilmember Tennyson and I went and took a field trip to Orange County, I can't remember that specific design, but I thought there were some plants inside, if I remember correctly. They were murals? Okay. So if you could just speak to my concern is just looking at that hallway, speak to and sorry, I can't even, it's been late. If you can just speak to the part about graffiti.
I think Councilwoman, Sergeant Miller, myself, Chief Tennyson, and Captain Hendren were able to meet with city staff regarding this project, and have also consulted with my crime prevention deputy in my office. Both him and I are trained in crime prevention through environmental design.
Okay.
So some of the things you touch on, and this is just a rendering of a possibility, but these textured walls are consistent with what's current at the Metrolink station with the horses and the textured walls. Texture coatings, when you talk about landscaping, can all prevent graffiti and deter graffiti from happening. So all those things were discussed in our meeting. This is one rendition and possibility, but as we discussed, it's not a final of this is exactly how it's gonna be. It's designed this way based off of what's the current horse murals and texture is at the station right now.
Okay.
But yes, landscaping is a deterrent public art. So we talked about maybe depicting murals or city history through a mural or public art, which also is a good deterrent for graffiti. You see that in some cities on their electrical boxes. And also with the increase of lighting and mechanical security through surveillance cameras.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
All right, any other questions or anything? All right, Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments on this? No public comments. Okay, what's the will of the council here?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
At the risk of prolonging it, can we just indicate to staff and our consultants that they're on the right track? Sorry, I had to use that phrase. It's late.
I got that.
And to ask them and bring it back to us at the 60% design. I know, I couldn't resist. It's late.
That's really good.
I know,
that.
it's really
I
bad. It's
like
like a
that.
dad joke. But, and a request, just indicate they're on the right trajectory here. Okay, the right track. And to bring this back to us at the 60% design stage?
Yeah, that sounds good. And thank you to Martin for camping out with us.
Yes, very much so.
Thank you, Martin. There's nothing you can do with the current overcrossing, is there? Can we put some flowers or something and make that a community garden? Can we do that? I had to say it. Okay, so there's a motion, there's a second. Roll call, please.
I think
It
a-
was just direction.
Oh, you got
So
direction?
directed
Okay,
it.
so we don't have to vote on it, okay. So that would just be the purvey of the mayor then. All right, let's get on to item N. It's the Economic Development Strategic Plan Update. Is what staff's gonna take that? There he is, Mr. Winkler.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Door number 1.
Live. Cool. Thank you, Mayor and council members. I'm here to present an update on the city's Economic Development Strategic Plan implementation, a foundational policy document adopted in 2018 to guide sustainable, high-quality growth and business vitality in Camarillo. The EDSP organizes our approach into 7 strategic areas, from marketing and business expansion to infrastructure and quality of life. It's not just a document, it's become an integrated framework shaping our daily work, our partnerships, and our long-term vision. One of the main concerns in 2018 when the plan was adopted was a lack of awareness of Camarillo's brand. There are many innovative companies, industries, and benefits to being in Camarillo, but many people didn't know about them or were locked into past mindsets. We've invested in marketing to promote Camarillo as a destination for target industries, entrepreneurs, tourism, and quality retail experiences. ChooseCamarillo.com is our digital front door for business. It was launched in July 2023 as a dynamic tool for site selectors, entrepreneurs, job seekers, and it accurately represents Camarillo as a great place to live and a great place to do business. And it's received statewide recognition as an award-winning website. In 2019, the city's economic development digital visibility was minimal, under 900 views and less than 200 email recipients. By comparison, in 2024, that number expanded to 28,000 website views, 3,000 newsletter subscribers, and 561,000 social media impressions, expanding our reach to expanding businesses, site selectors, and future residents. Speaking of enhancing our brand, in 2024, our destination marketing organization drove 30.8 million impressions and over 412,000 website views. Please don't compare me to them, they have a much bigger budget. With tourism and occupancy nearly at 79% and an average daily rate of $142, these are exceptional indicators of a healthy visitor economy. In addition to digital marketing, staff attend, exhibit, and present at targeted industry events. We've been actively targeting priority markets like life sciences, advanced manufacturing, and defense. In 2019, the city created 3 cross-departmental teams to explore how we could improve our development processes. We had many honest interviews with developers, property owners, and businesses, and since then, we've done a lot of work to help improve our city processes. One of the key focus areas of the plan was for the city to hire a business advocate. The development process is complicated, and it's important for our city to be business-friendly and provide effective and efficient customer service. One of the biggest shifts since 2019 has been a positive transition in the city's organizational culture, which is now open to change and embodies a get to yes mindset that is intertwined throughout the business approval and development process. The Get to Yes team is a true embodiment of this cultural shift. It is a cross-departmental group with expertise and authority to guide applicants through the process efficiently and with a solutions-first mindset. This team reduced the prior 30-day pre-application review process that required a set of plans and a property owner approval to a 1-hour consultation meeting that can take place with no application and is available every Tuesday at 10 and 11 a.m. This change significantly improves the approachability of the city and enables a quick feasibility check for developers and businesses so they can quickly make up their mind and choose Camarillo. This team helped enable wins like the upcoming Tesla Collision Center, Courtyard Marriott, Texas Roadhouse, a small brand called Green Room Golf, and the relocation of existing companies like All Things Tea and Magic All. This team consistently receives appreciation from businesses and developers. To assist with site selection, the city expanded its digital resources with embedded tools on our website to view available commercial properties. We also help retail businesses with market research. Another focus of the EDSP is to position Camarillo as a startup-friendly city, ripe with innovation and a healthy small business ecosystem. And there is a rich ecosystem, as you can see here from the slide. From the city's startup loans, EDC's advising, TCA's venture capital, and our great education partners to new innovation centers like Area 805, which you heard about tonight. With the resources here, there really is no better place to be a business startup. The city continues to expand startup news with regular highlights on innovation and startup resources, including updates to our permitting process and the ability to access capital. And this is all on our ChooseCamarillo.com website. There are also several objectives with regard to real estate and community development processes. And one of the things that we heard in our business outreach was the desire for an online permitting process. Staff spent significant time reviewing online permitting tools, mapping our development workflows, improving those processes, and building out the software. The city launched this online permitting process last week on July 1st, and it immediately provided increase transparency, efficiency, and effectiveness in a paperless environment. One example of success from many is our business approval and tax process. This was 2 steps in a previous life, and there were 2 separate applications with multiple department reviews. These are now merged together into one application with a smooth workflow. In the last week, we found that we have shifted a process that takes typically 3 weeks to about a 3-hour timeline. So that's a huge transformation in how we are able to serve our business community. Since the adoption of the EDSB, staff has focused on activating key parcels, including the Amara property, which is where we have Costco, the former Selleck site, which is now the Fairing site and the Envision site, and continues to work with retail centers like Camarillo Commons. We also have sites to look forward to in our future, not in the immediate future, but in the further future, like the McGrath property, which has a general plan as R&D office and general retail. To better assist retail shopping centers with tenant recruitment and redevelopment, staff began attending the ICSC Retail Conference, which allows us to gain insights into the evolving market and to discuss available sites directly with top-tier retailers and developers. We've developed a shopping center overview on choosecamarillo.com, and when at the conference, we share the QR code you see here so they can check those out. We've made it easier to develop properties in Camarillo, and the ZOA, or Zoning Ordinance Text Amendment, adopted by City Council allowed by right flexibility for advanced industries. It's a powerful policy change that laid the groundwork for reuse of existing buildings for advanced manufacturing and life science. So far, we've seen direct benefits with HRL Labs expanding into Camarillo and Sandvik continuing to grow locally, thanks in part to those zoning updates. Others will continue to benefit, such as office uses that are changing to higher parking demand. We've also helped home-based businesses navigate our processes more efficiently by updating our municipal code to remove inspections for office-only home businesses. That eliminated delays for home businesses and enhanced our business friendliness and the efficient use of our staff time. To support a balanced workforce attractive to younger workers, we've entitled 977 units that are under construction, covering all income categories, and creating housing options for every stage of life. Examples include Lennar's 159 for sale single-family homes, 285 for sale townhomes by Williams Homes, and Camino Reese's 385 rental apartments. Meehan Plaza is moving forward despite major delays, and will serve as a future home to 2 hotels, multiple retail and restaurant spaces, as well as a 1,000-person convention center. Visit Camarillo, as well as the Hilton Hotel Partners, are already planning their marketing activities to attract regional conferences to this new location. And it's not just important to improve our processes and our land. We continually work to improve the skills of our workforce. And Camarillo is lucky to have such great industry partners, and we've perpetually collaborated with groups like Ventura County Workforce Development Board, EDC, and the local schools to ensure training is relevant for our employers. One example of this is our annual job fairs, often hosted in partnership with these groups. They've helped place dozens of residents in local positions and connected businesses with ready-to-work candidates. Infrastructure underpins economic growth, and the EDSP focus has been on enabling mobility and digital access through strategic projects. The early action phase of the 101 project is progressing, aimed at improving northbound traffic flow through a continuous 10-mile HOV bus lane and auxiliary lanes, ultimately supporting goods movement and regional access. This project is in the environmental review, and it has an estimated cost of $218 million, which was projected to $2029, the earliest feasible year of construction given the timeline for completing the final environmental document and the final design. The EDSP workshop participants also expressed a concern for broadband service. However, through our work with the Broadband Consortium Pacific Coast, it was found that Camarillo has one of the best broadband networks in the county, multiple fiber networks, and a 99.6% or higher broadband adoption. While broadband upgrades were not actually warranted, we're currently conducting a cellular coverage study based on feedback from residents and members of the broadband stakeholder group. Events, gathering places, and beautification efforts all contribute to a high quality of life. People want to live and work in vibrant places, and Camarillo is known broadly for its high quality living. To expand on placemaking efforts, staff conducted outreach and planning to enhance revitalization aspects of Old Town, ensuring its charm continues to grow. And we're at the tail end of finalizing a draft 5-year action plan, which will come back to council before the end of the year. And the draft plan focuses on creating a cultural experience for residents and visitors alike. And then from the Camarillo Air Show to concerts in the park, we're supporting and promoting experiences that reinforce civic pride and economic vitality. So as you've seen tonight, we've made some significant progress implementing the EDSP. And while much is complete from this plan, the overall demands of economic development have increased. What began as a finite set of tasks has evolved into a broader and more integrated program that requires sustained attention and adaptation. Each of these ongoing activities has room to grow and impact and alignment. Looking forward, the Old Town Strategic Plan is in need of adoption and implementation expected at the end of the year. Additionally, staff will launch a refresh of the EDSP in early 2026 with community input to keep our momentum strong. An updated plan will contribute to an annual economic development work plan, helping align staff efforts with council's priorities to monitor progress and to guide future resource allocation. Thank you.
All right, we've heard the report. Any questions or comments from anyone?
Just one comment.
Comments? Mr. Tremblay's got a comment.
George, thanks for your work, and thanks to all the staff who are working on these issues for us. I just wanted to highlight how important, my personal view is that we continue our efforts, particularly in the life science and advanced manufacturing sides, because those create high-quality jobs and are economically extremely important. And we've done a lot in terms of our zoning ordinance amendments and so on, but I would hope we could continue to find whatever, or try to do whatever we can do to continue to promote both of those endeavors, both life science and advanced manufacturing. I'm hoping the fairing development, for example, comes through and we can realize that. So anyway, thanks for all your work. Thanks for the presentation.
All right, thank you. Anyone else have any comments or questions?
Thank you so
or
much,
anything?
George.
Yeah, thank you, George. You've done a lot. We got a long way to go, but we're on a good track here. Thank you. All right, so that's a receive and file, so we'll receive and file that. That gets us down to item O, is the Sustainability Master Plan for Municipal Operations Update. Michelle's here. All right.
Good evening, Mayor
Good evening.
Kildee and council members. It is my pleasure to be here this evening to share the 2024 Annual Status Report on the City's Sustainability Master Plan for Municipal Operations. The SMP is a forward-thinking plan that was created to provide a specific roadmap for Camarillo's municipal operations to become more sustainable and resilient to climate change while reducing greenhouse gas emissions. The plan is intended to be a living policy document that is regularly reviewed and updated. It is an overarching document that lays the groundwork for municipal initiatives as directed by the City Council. The plan approved in October 2023 highlighted all past initiatives that the city undertook in the name of sustainability, identified the current projects we were working on at the time, and laid the groundwork for future initiatives. The plan is structured like this. Starts with goals or aspirational statements regarding future achievement strategies, and under each goal are several measures, which are long-range policies, and each measure contains actions. These are specific programs or steps that support sustainability. The SMP includes 4 goals, 20 measures, and 128 actions. In order to establish realistic parameters for achieving these goals, timing is spread out over 4 phases. And what I am here to report out on this evening is the first half of Phase 1, which is essentially the accomplishments of our city team during 2024. Between the approval of the SMP in October 2023 and the development of the status report at the end of 2024, the city has made meaningful strides in implementing the SMP. These efforts reflect our commitment to continuous improvement and resiliency. We are pleased to share 10 actions that were completed, and I have one slide dedicated to each of these accomplishments. I am privileged to lead a group of city staff who serve as sustainability coordinators, representing all city departments with strong support from our consultant. The team was established to drive the city's sustainability initiatives forward. We meet quarterly as a coordinator team, and the coordinators are responsible for regular coordination with their department. These meetings are essential for identifying actionable pathways, implementing sustainability actions, and tracking the progress of various initiatives. This collaborative approach provides alignment and a pathway for staff to work toward the city's sustainability objectives effectively. In 2024, the city purchased 12 new Ford F-150 Lightnings. These electric vehicles will not only lower the city's GHG emissions, but also serve as a model for sustainable practices within the community. By integrating these vehicles into daily operations, the city demonstrates its commitment to innovation and environmental stewardship. Additionally, the purchase of these new vehicles will result in a reduction of over $120,000 annually in fuel and maintenance costs that can be reallocated to other city initiatives and programs. 56 electric vehicle charging stations have been installed across 3 city facilities. EV chargers installed at City Hall and Constitution Park, as well as the Camarillo Library, not only provide conduits for city vehicles to charge, but also offer an opportunity for city staff and the community to charge their vehicles at a nominal price. As part of the zero-emission bus rollout plan adopted by the City Council in May of 2023, $2 million in SB 125 funding was obtained for the transit vehicle charging and storage facility at the Metrolink station parking lot. VCTC will also contribute an additional $2 million in SB 125 funding for the project. Construction of the bus depot will begin in fiscal year 26-27, with implementation of EV chargers anticipated for fiscal year 27-28. More than 60% of the city's emissions are generated from business travel, prompting us to update the city's travel policy with sustainable travel initiatives, which outline the specific components that should be considered when planning travel, such as assessing the need to travel over attending virtually, combining trips when possible, carpooling, prioritizing zero-emission vehicles when renting a vehicle, and booking airfare with the least number of layovers. Additionally, the city launched a revised vehicle reservation system, which streamlines the checkout process, both saving time and encouraging staff to utilize city-owned electric vehicles instead of personal vehicles for city business. In 2024, the city completed a lighting retrofit program at the city's library to replace antiquated lights with LED lights that are controlled by motion sensors. Additionally, the city completed and submitted an energy efficiency and conservation block grant application to retrofit the lighting at the police station. This project will further the city's commitment to sustainability by improving energy efficiency and reducing the carbon footprint of municipal buildings. With the number of extreme heat days increasing, it is imperative to provide regular training and information sessions on heat risk to protect city staff. In 2024, we had 59 staff members attend the Big Four training. The training session included information on environmental and personal risk factors for heat illness, procedures for complying with the city's requirements, the importance of and methods for acclimation, the necessity to report symptoms or signs of heat stroke immediately, and how to monitor weather reports and respond to hot weather advisories. This training helps keep our team safe and healthy. City staff conducted a comprehensive audit of landfill, recycling, and compost containers across City Hall. This audit identified opportunities to co-locate landfill, recycling, and compost bins, aiming to streamline the collection process. This initiative supports the city's sustainability goals by encouraging recycling and composting, ultimately reducing the amount of waste sent to landfills. The city initiated a mulch giveaway program, offering community members the opportunity to pick up free mulch. This initiative not only helps share valuable resources, but also promotes sustainable gardening practices within the community. It also helps reduce the city's waste management costs by diverting organic waste from landfills and repurposing it for beneficial use in local gardens and landscapes. The Camarillo Library hosted a sustainable craft swap, which attracted over 50 community members excited to share resources and repurpose material. This event provided a platform for residents to exchange unused craft supplies, fostering a sense of community and promoting sustainable practices. The event emphasized the environmental benefits of reusing and recycling and highlighted the city's commitment to sustainability. Throughout the year, Camarillo provided consistent sustainability and climate communications to align with its goals, support information sharing, and promote community awareness. We're excited to share that through the course of 2024, we achieved the following. We pushed out 52 social media posts related to sustainability, attracted 878 YouTube subscribers, 3,894 YouTube video views. We had 819 views of the webpage for the Climate Action Plan and 772 views of the Resilient Camarillo webpage. Camarillo continues to lead by example, demonstrating how municipal operations can contribute to broader community sustainability goals while inspiring regional action. This report highlights the city's dedication to inspiring the community to act and positions Camarillo as a regional leader in sustainability. We are eager to continue building on these foundational efforts in the years to come as we strive toward a more sustainable, resilient, and climate-friendly Camarillo. The City Council adopted a new goal as part of the fiscal year 25-26 strategic plan of sustainability and environmental stewardship. The objectives set forth in the Council's fiscal year 25-26 strategic plan established the framework for city staff to identify the highest priority actions and include these in our respective department work plans. This will allow us to continue implementation of the Phase 1 initiatives and make meaningful progress toward the overall measures outlined in the city's sustainability master plan for municipal operations. Thank you for your time this evening and for the opportunity to share our progress with you. This concludes my presentation and the request before you at this time for annual status report for the SMP. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Any questions or comments at this point? Very thorough. Thank you for that presentation. So if there's,
Thank you,
yeah,
Michelle,
Ms.
for your hard work
Martita?
and that of your staff. Thank you.
Anyone
Thank
else? All right, thank you. So with that, we will receive and file.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
With respect to item P, given the lateness of the hour, I would propose that we take 3 steps. First of all, to forego the staff presentation on this because council, I think, is familiar with the CIP within the context of the recent budget discussions. Number 2, open the public hearing, take whatever testimony is going to be offered by the public, and then close the hearing. And then thirdly, a motion to approve the staff recommendation. So if there was objection by any member of the council, but that would be how I suggest we proceed, given the
Any
lateness of the hour.
objection?
I'm fine with expediting.
Everybody's
it.
good? Okay, so with that, we're going to open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, do you have any comments on this item?
No, I do not.
Do not have any comments, and your public want to talk about this? See nobody make a mad dash up here. I'm going to close the public comment,
Mr. Mayor,
and I will ask for a motion.
I move the staff recommendation.
Okay, there's a motion and there's a second to approve this, so roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez Bravo?
Yes.
Councilmember Santangelo?
Yes.
Councilmember Tremblay?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tennyson?
Yes.
And Mayor Kildee?
Yes. Okay, that gets us down to closed session report. Counselor, do we have any reports coming out of closed session tonight?
No, there was no reportable action. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, unless anybody has anything else to bring to this council at this particular time, we're adjourned.